Do you want to build the Instagram clone with the React Native? All right, then I guess you're in the right place, because that's exactly what you're going to be doing today, guys. You're going to be building this exact Instagram clone with React Native. And I mean, check this out. By the way, my brother just hit 250,000 subscribers on YouTube. So guys, let's give him a shout out. Let's make this chat go crazy. Let's go. That's the cause, man. He's the one who helped me set up this epic studio setup too. So there's a ton with this app, right? You got the stories component at the top, as you guys can see. And there'll be a ton of components that you guys are going to be building, right? So first of all, you're going to be building these 4 screens right over here, okay? The home screen, the login screen, the sign up, and all of that. And then there's tons and tons of components we're going to be building, like the header component, stories, and it just goes on and on and on, okay? So remember, this is all that's going to be included inside of this tutorial. Now, I can actually go and like a post. I can go and unlike a post, right? Boom. Let's go down here. Boom, right? I can make a new post. I can go here, write a new post, right? Put the URL in, hit post, and it will update it and add it onto the screen. So you can actually do that. And I can also sign out. So with React Native, how do you implement the sign up and sign out functionality? If I click sign up, it takes me to the sign up screen, and I can easily sign up here. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in, and let's see if it actually works. All right. Also, it has nice little error validation. So you see those forms becoming a little red because it's like, hey, you haven't put in enough things yet, right? The login button becomes enabled. I hit login, and boom, I'm right there. So if you are liking the app and you think it looks sick, guys, go ahead, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel, because you're going to be building amazing things and becoming an amazing developer. So with that said, let's get right into it. Awesome. Man, we got the hype going. Yo, let's go. Pumped as fuck, somebody says. Nice. Guys, we're up to almost 400 likes. This is beautiful. Samir says fire. Let's go. Jay Patel says shave. I just did, man. How many times do you guys want me to shave and get haircuts? Awesome. Loving the energy, guys. So we're going to get into the code pretty quickly so you guys can see exactly how this thing works. But a couple of things first. So one of the things I wanted to show you guys is this, okay? So if you want to be part of the Instagram React Native Challenge, sign up here. We're going to be giving away, I'm giving away $1,000 in cash. So first place is getting 600, second place gets 300, the third place gets 100. We did this for the last Uber Eats challenge. We had tons of submission, and we had 3 people that actually won, and they got about $1,000 in total. So if you want to participate in this challenge just for fun and learning, right, even without the money, just go to this page, put in your name and your email, right, and it will and hit submit. And it will take you to the next page, which has all the information about how you can sign up. And it will give you really useful roadmap as well. So you can download it. And it's, again, all of this is free, right? And this guide will show you like everything that's part of this build, everything that you need to know, everything that you need to install. Hopefully it'll open up today. So once it opens up, you'll be able to see everything inside of it, right? So this has all of the stuff that you'll need to know to be able to participate in this challenge and build this app, okay? And what are the extensions that we like that we're using? You know, how does my screen look like it looks? I get people asking me that all the time. And then your prizes are listed out here. And then all the rules for the challenge. So make sure your deadline is October 15th. Submit all your stuff by 11:59 p.m. Okay, cool. And last but not least, if you want to get your JavaScript skills way up, because this project is going to have a ton of JavaScript inside of it, guys. And I know a lot of you struggle with the JavaScript parts. I know a lot of you guys, while you're building these clones and following along, a lot of you are new to coding, right? A lot of you that join our coding bootcamp, or just I get to talk to you, a lot of you are new. So if you want to get your JavaScript skills up and you need something a lot in depth, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. That has everything you need to know about how to just get your JavaScript skills rock solid. And it goes at a much slower pace than I will be going during this live. With that said, guys, that's it. we're going to wrap this up and get into the build at this point. Okay, so if you're interested, check out that JavaScript course. Link is in the description. It's freaking awesome. Cool. So let's go ahead and get it rocking and rolling at this point. So few things we're going to do. Okay, so first of all, we're going to start a brand new project. All right, we're going to start a completely brand new project. I'll have some music playing here. If it bothers you guys, just let me know. Not a problem. Cool. Just have it like lightly playing in the background. All right, so here we go. Open up your terminal. All right, and even if you're a complete beginner, trust me, you can follow along and you can build it with me. All right, I know it's going to look complex in the start, but if you build it with me, I promise a lot of things are going to unlock. You're going to be able to understand a lot of what's going on. All right, so let's go. People are saying we accept your new challenge. That's awesome. Cool. So here we go. I'm going to go into my GitHub folder, and then I'm just going to create a folder. Now I'm just going to do npx create React Native app, just like this. This allows you to start a brand new app. And I'm going to just call it IG clone YouTube live. Okay, you can call it IG clone. That's fine. This is just so it's easy for me to look at. Okay, just click template from Expo examples and just pick the blank one. So this way we'll be building a Expo React Native app. All right, because Expo makes it super easy to install and get started with everything. If you don't have React Native installed, then basically what you can do is just go online, look up how to install React Native, and that'll give you the instructions you need. Okay, you're probably going to need Node installed and things like that. Let's see. So this app is going to take a while. We have some people asking how long does it take to build this app. This app is going to take a while, guys. This is going to be a long build, but we're going to try to go through it fast because it has a ton of functionality. Okay, so I'm going to try to make sure we don't go for Uber Eats, we hit like 6 hours, but we're going to try to go much faster through this. All right, so let's go into IG clone YouTube live, and I'm going to open up my code editor in this folder. Okay, we'll close out of that. And we'll keep this open. Boom. All right, and here we go, app.js. And I'm going to do this. Okay, move this over here so you guys can clearly see everything. I'm going to make this bigger. All right. So now let's go ahead and do this, right? I'm going to open it up and I'm going to just say yarn iOS. This is you can just do yarn as well. I do yarn iOS because it's a shortcut way of opening up the iPhone app as well. The assets are going to be available for you guys in the description as well. Amanath or David, if you guys can help with that. Hey, Anshul is like, bro, you are insane. Yes, sir. Cool. Here we go. So let's see if this app is now working. We'll refresh. So now this will be a complete brand new project. We're going to be starting this from scratch. All right. And I will try to explain it all step by step so you can follow along. And the few shortcuts in here that could be useful for you is hitting R inside of here. That'll allow you to refresh. Okay. All right. So universal React app with Expo. So that basically means we're good to go. And now we're going to work on our home screen with header. So what does that mean? We're going to start off by building our home screen. All right. Not the entire thing, right? Because that's a lot. We're going to start off with the first component of the home screen, which you see at the top, right? So if you look at the top, you see that header component. That's the one that we're going to start off with, this one. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to build, and we're just going to start our home screen. So we're going to create that as well. Okay, so just keep that in mind as we go through this. So I'm going to leave this down here for you so you can know exactly what we're working on every step of the way. And if this is helpful for you guys doing this, let me know. Or if this doesn't matter at all, let us know that too, because save us some time next time. Cool. So here we go. let's get started with this. All right. So I'm going to create a new folder. All right, and I'm gonna call it screens. This will host all of my screens. And inside of this, I'm going to create home screen.js. Okay. And here's what we're gonna do. I just like to do RNFE like this. And let's just say home screen for now. Okay. I'll go back to app. And this app, what I wanted to do is I just wanted to render my home screen. So I'm just going to say this. And notice that it auto completed this for me. I'm also not going to need this for now. Right, so take a look at that. This home screen right there was auto completed. Okay, or sorry, added just by writing this. And this import was auto imported. Cool. So we got our home screen going, but notice that it's in a place where we don't really want it to be, right? So how do we mitigate against that? Well, I'll show you inside of home screen. So I'm going to command click and go inside of home screen. And we're going to wrap this component in a safe area view. All right, let's do safe area view. And make sure to actually import safe area view as well. So we'll do safe area view, just like this. Now, notice that it's now safe. Okay, now it's actually showing up where we want it to show up essentially. Okay, so that's exactly kind of what we want. This is a good sign. This is what I like to do whenever I'm starting a new component. I just want to make sure, hey, can I read just basic text from there? And if I can, then that's a really good sign. Oh, by the way, thank you. So Alex B, really appreciate you. Super chat. And he goes, let's go. And he just dropped £2. Or is that €2? It's one of them. But thank you. I appreciate it. Not very good, but euro. There we go. Nice. Thank you, Manath. Cool. So I just turned off the music. It was kind of distracting to me. So hopefully if you guys want the music back, let me know and we can have some vibes going. But I kind of like this for now. All right. So let's go ahead and start now working on this home screen. I'm going to put a header component here. Okay. And now it's going to break. So I'll just put that as I'll just leave that as a comment right now because we're now going to make our component. So let's go ahead, make a new folder. We're going to call it components. Inside of here, I'm going to create another folder and it'll be called home. All right. So what this basically means is these will house all the components for our home screen. And this component will be called header.js. This is the component that you guys are seeing at the bottom left of the screen. This is not pre-recorded, Arcade. Yes, this is not pre-recorded. Indeed, this is absolutely live. Yeah. Lander says shout out. There we go, Lander. Here's your shout out. So let's work on this component now, okay? So now let's go into header. And header is going to have a lot of things, okay? But before we go and start working on header, I want to do a couple of things to the home screen. We want to make this dark as well, all right? So let's just come down here. And I'm going to create a styles. We'll do style sheet.create. Okay. And then inside of this, I'm going to make a container and we're going to give it a background color of black. And then what I want to do is I want to give it a flex 1. So this is a cool hack that you can do in React Native. All right. Let's import our style sheet as well from React Native. And then here I'm going to say style and we're going to say styles.container. All right. So now the whole screen just turned black. That's exactly what we want here. Let's go down here. We're going to go header. All right, this will be complaining for now. That is absolutely okay. So again, the trick is RNFE inside of header, and we will just say header like this. Let's go back to our home screen. And I'm going to remove this R character. I'm going to write it again, go down here and hit enter, and it will auto import this. Okay. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see this better. Oh, wow. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. This is wild. Wow. Fast Chats gave $10 donation. What the heck? That is wild. Thank you so much. Oh, now it's gone. So let's bring that back right there. Current full stack developer. Absolutely amazing. Really happy to hear that, by the way. Where are you working? That's dope. Okay. So I got my header component, okay? Now, the header component is not really showing up, so there are a few reasons. Number one is because the text color might be in black. So let's go ahead and just do color white. So now the header component is showing up. So that's a really good sign. Header component is working basically how we want it to work, okay? That's really good. And yes, RNFE is the snippet extension. Okay, that's what you need to get that extension, and that's where you can do the RNFE really easily as well. Okay, so let's go React Native snippets, and it's probably going to be this number one. This is the extension that you need to get. Okay, this will allow you to get all the snippets that you're looking for. Cool. All right. So here we go. All right, so we want to do a couple of things with this now. So let's go inside of my header component, and now we're going to get to work, guys. This is going to take a second to make all of this stuff work, okay? So let's go ahead and let's create an image. Okay. So I'll add an image. I will do styles.logo. Okay. And the source will be kind of like that, except we need the header logo. All right. So when I say this logo, what I mean is it's the Instagram logo that you see at the bottom left. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. It's going to be this logo right here. Now, if you have access to the assets file, you're just going to get it from there. I have access to my assets file. So I'm going to create a new folder, and we'll create assets just like this. And inside of my assets folder, I will simply drop this asset like that. All right. And here I'm going to say header logo.png. And now it's complaining, hey, I don't know what image is. No worries. We're just going to import that. It also says, hey, I don't know what styles are. So we're going to do style sheet. Okay. And then we're just going to come down here, and I'm going to say const styles. And I can just do style sheet.create. And we'll just leave an empty style sheet here for now. All right, now this logo is absolutely huge. Oh, by the way, we broke 500 likes, so awesome. Thank you guys for smashing that like button. Appreciate it. This video goes out and helps more people, and that helps more people become developers, so that's fantastic. All right, so now within this style sheet, what we need to do is, of course, we want to give it some styling. All right, so let's go down here, and we're going to say make the logo, and I'm going to give it a width of 100. Height of 50, and then we're going to say resize mode, and we'll just give it a contain. There we go. So now the logo is looking like how we want it to look like. But we need to do a couple of things. We need to put the whole thing in a container, because when you guys see this over here, right, what I'm looking at, what I see is I see one big container that contains everything, and then inside of it, I see two divs, or two like separate containers. One container or one div on the left-hand side, or let's do React Native terms, it's called views. So I got a big view. Inside of it, I got two baby views. One on the left-hand side that contains the logo. One on the right-hand side that contains all the icons. All right. So now let's go ahead and build that. Okay. So this logo, I'm going to give it a touchable opacity as well because I do need it to be a touchable button. All right. It's going to complain it doesn't know what touchable opacity is, but that's only because we haven't imported it yet. So there we go. Now when I click it, it detects it like a button click. Later, we can make that a log out button. But for now, we're not going to add any additional functionality to it. Wow, this is absolutely wild, you guys. Prakash just gave you a $5 donation. He says, love your channel, bro. I've started learning app development from it. I messaged you on Insta as well for it to actually keep up the amazing work. Absolutely, Prakash. Thank you so much for the €5 donation. Really appreciate it. This is crazy, you guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So let's put the whole thing, right, inside of a container. So that's what we're going to do. So this view, I'm going to give it a container-like styling, and that'll contain everything inside of it. So let's go here, and I'm going to go ahead and do container. All right, I'll put a comma here so it stops complaining at me. And we're just going to go justify content, and we'll go space between. All right. We'll go align items, center, flex direction. I'll show you why you actually need to do row because it's interesting why you have to do that in React Native actually. And we'll give it a 20 margin horizontal, okay? And now we'll call that here. So we're going to do style equals styles.container. There we go. So the styling just got applied. Now we're going to need a bunch of more images. Okay. So this part just requires us to put a bunch of more images. Okay. So we got the header logo. Now we need the next one. So let's get outside of this touchable opacity here. All right. And we're also going to create a container for our icon. So I'm going to create a view. And this is going to have a style of styles.icons container. All right. And this will contain all of our icons. So I'll just put some dummy text here for now. I give it a color of white just so you guys can see. There we go. And now it's showing up. So the space between is what's allowing all of this to be like separated out, right? Like if I actually remove this, you guys see how it just all comes together like that. So space between is making it really nice. And now whatever I put in here, right? But this is why you'll notice that we actually need to give each of these containers a row because by default, everything is column based. Okay. So let's go down here and we're going to go icons container. And there's not much styling for the icons container. Honestly, it's going to just simply be a flex direction of row. And we don't really need to do much more than that. So that should put it in a row. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. The donations are wild. Somebody just gave us 2,000 of Nigerian. Wow. This is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Alabi. And we got Chandima and says, thank you, CP, for making me so great. After following most of the videos and clones, finally, as I was hired as a full-time React developer. Yo, that's crazy. Let's go. That's awesome. Wow, that's brilliant. That makes me so happy to hear that. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so now we just need to put a couple of icons, and we should be good, okay? And each of our icons is going to have a certain style as well. We're going to add that. Oh my goodness, this this is crazy, guys. I am need to focus. Need to focus. I'll give a shout out to the super chats in just a second, okay? Need to focus a little bit. I apologize. So let's create a styling for our icon as well because our icons will need some styling, okay? Otherwise, they're going to be huge. Actually, you know what? I'll put them without the styling just so you guys can see. All right. So I'll give you an icon right now. So here, I'm just going to put an icon. All right. This is the code snippet that I just pasted. Why did I paste this? Just because I don't want the stream to go on forever. And this is very simple. And already all of this I've pretty much explained, okay? I'll just explain some of the parts that are hard to understand here. So first of all, it's an image, okay? And it has a certain touchable opacity, okay? And that touchable opacity makes it clickable. Now, why you're not seeing it is because it has the styles.icon and we don't have the icon styling yet. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to create an icon styling like that. And I'm going to go width 30, height 30 on this. And we're going to go and give it a margin left of 10. And I'm going to say resize mode will be contain, just like this. All right, so now you guys see that plus sign over here. Boom. So it's showing up. Okay. And again, it's an image, which takes in a source. In source, you pass in the link of the image. So this is the link of the image. All right. Use your own plus icon. You don't need to copy mine. But this is, if you want to pause it and copy it, you can. All right. So there we go. We got that icon. Now we're just going to need a couple of more icons. So all we're going to do is we're going to just take this. Okay. And touchable opacity. So when I click it, it has that little effect. And I'm simply going to paste once again. And I'm going to go down and paste once again. Okay. So I got 3 touchable opacities. Everything inside of the icons container. The icons container is this invisible container right here. And it's keeping all of these inside of it. Okay. Let's go to the icons container. Cool. Wow. Absolutely amazing, guys. This is so crazy. Coding with Sneaky says, you're so chill and actually very good. Just started learning React Native. This is very educational. You got it, brother. Thank you for being on here. Or sister. Don't know. But thank you for being on here. I appreciate you. And I love your beautiful face for being on here. Okay, so we got the 3 amazing looking icons. We need to now just change their URLs so they actually look like what we want it to look like. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and do that. Okay, so the first one is a plus sign. So that will say +2 math. That's completely all right. The next one we're going to need to change though. There we go. The next one is a like icon. All right. And I'm just using icons 8 here. You can also just go to icons 8 website and be able to get the URL just like how I am here. All right. There we go. So now we have the 3 images showing up at the top. Our header component is looking pretty good. Let's just make sure there's not anything that we're really missing here. So the one more thing that we actually want to add in here is we want to be able to add a unread badge. Okay. And so what does the unread badge look like? Well, let me show you. You guys see that red notifications thing, the red bubble on top of the messenger icon that says 11? That's the unread badge. So we want to be able to create that badge now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. All right. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, y'all. You're going to have to forgive me. I don't care. If you're watching this video and you're going to be crying, it's all donations all the time. I don't care. I love all of the people that are live here. I love interacting with y'all. Thank you for the donations. I'm just going to shout some of these out, okay? If you're here and you're watching, look, you're on my stream. You can just wait 1 second while I give a shout out to some of these amazing people, okay? It's not going to hurt you. You'll be fine. By the way, it's amazing people on here. Hi, everybody. I love all of your guys' energy. This is awesome. So thank you for that $8 donation. Love your videos, mate. Absolute legend. Got my love of coding from you. Please make a complete beginner's guide to coding in React. I was actually thinking that, and I will make it. It will be very beginner friendly. Like this, I understand. This is not completely beginner friendly. Okay, this is like this advanced stuff. You'll understand it, but like you won't be able to build it right completely yourself. But the beginner series, that's my goal. Just make it very, very beginner friendly. So thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Great. So let's keep going. We got the header component. Now we need to get the unread badge. Okay, so let's think about how this unread badge is going to work and where is it going to be. First of all, where am I going to place it? Am I going to place it here or here or here, right? And where I actually want to place this unread badge is I actually want to place it preferably right here, okay? So let's go ahead and let's go inside of this Facebook Messenger. I'm going to go inside of this touchable opacity because I also want that to be a clickable thing. All right. And here's where we're going to, if you see these weird auto completions coming up, that's GitHub Copilot, which you should all have. It's absolutely incredible. All right. So we're going to create a view here. Okay. And this view will have a styling. So I'm going to say style, and we're going to do styles.unread badge. And we'll create the styling for it in just a second. All right. And this will, one note, because it's already going to be an object, we don't need to have 2 curly braces. We can just have 1 curly brace. All right. And then we're going to have text. And we'll give it a style. Styles.unread badge text. You can see how amazing these GitHub autopilot suggestions are. It's so freaking smart, it's ridiculous. All right, we'll go 11. Okay. Now, of course, you're not going to be able to see it right now, and that's because we're going to need to style it. Okay, so it's going to need a bunch of styling. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'll do unread badge. Okay, and it's going to need a certain background color. We need it to be slightly red. So let's go ahead and give it a background color. So now you can actually see it. It's visible, at least, right? It's not very pretty, but it's visible. The other thing that we actually need to do is we do need to give it a position absolute. Okay. And the reason for this is because we want to be able to put it wherever we want. All right. And where should I put it? Well, that's a good question. So let's think about where we want to put this. I'm going to do left of 20. And we're going to do bottom of 18, like this. So now we're moving it kind of to the right spot. Let's work with the width and the height because it's not looking like how we want it. So I'm going to give it a width of 25 and we're going to give it a height of 18. Okay, now it's looking good. Now, how do we get it to look circular? Well, if you ever think anything circle, what you're really thinking is border radius. And look at my GitHub Copilot. Somehow magically it knows I want to give it a border radius. Weird. Okay, so we're going to give it that border radius. Now, any items that are inside of it, I want them to be aligned centrally. And notice that when I aligned items, it didn't go vertically down. It actually went horizontally centered it. And that's because by default, everything is column-based in React Native. So everything you knew from regular web development, the Flexbox stuff is just going to be flipped. And also in React Native, you don't actually ever have to do display flex. So something for you to know. All right. And now we're going to justify the content to also be center. This will actually vertically align it. Okay, and we're going to give it a big Z index just because I guaranteed want this to be at the top and above everything, not behind anything. So notice, right now, that badge is actually behind the messenger icon. As soon as I give it a Z index, it's now in front and on top of that badge icon. And that's exactly, what we want. Now, all we need to do is just give unread badge text styling. Let's go down here and I'm just going to say color. We're going to make it white. Cool. And then we're going to make the font weight. We'll make that 600. All right. And so now it looks a little bit bolder and it pops out. So there you go, guys. There you have it. I mean, I don't know about you, but to me, it actually looks like we're quite done with our header component. So if you enjoyed that, give us some energy in the chat, right? And to show some love. And we're going to keep on going just for you. Beautiful. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. Nice. Hey, Jesse in the house. Let's go. If you know React.js, it's super easy to learn React Native. Yes, absolutely. That is completely correct. Oh my goodness. We do have another super chat that happened. I can't even find it right now, but thank you so much. Oh, it's right there. FAS chat says, currently enrolled in your full stack mastery bootcamp, April cohort, best course for beginner. Yo, amazing. Thank you for sharing that. It's unbelievable. We do have a coding bootcamp. We're focused a lot on front end. So we have a bootcamp called Front End Mastery. In 90 days, we actually help you become, our goal is to help you become a developer and get you the skills. And if you don't get those skills, or you're not able to use those skills to get a job, then you don't pay. Okay, so that's the guarantee behind it. We're fully behind it. So if you're interested, link is in the description. There's a free training for you to watch before. And then if it's still good and it sounds good, then you can book a call with us. Cool. So let's keep rocking and rolling. Now, the next component that we're going to build, we're done with this component, right? So let me go back here. And we're done with our header component. So I'm going to remove that off of the screen. The next component that we actually want to build is this stories component. All right, so this is going to be really nice, and it's going to sit right underneath, just like that. Oh, that almost looks like it's real time. That's cool. So that's going to sit right there. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to just leave that down here so you can see what our target is and what we're trying to do here. All right. And now let's start working on the stories component, okay? So when I think I'm going to be working on a new component, I like to think that I'm going to also be making a new file. And since this file is inside of, this component is home screen's component, well, guess where I'm going to put it? Inside of the home component folder. Cool. We're going to call it stories.js, just like this. And just going to make sure everything is good. I believe header is perfectly good. We're good with that. Yes, I believe we're good with this header stuff. So let's move on to the stories now. So in stories, we're going to need to do a couple of things. Oh, let's put it in the right place, guys. So there we go. Stories is now actually inside of the homes folder. Simply going to do stories, say stories, write the text. And I'm now just going to make sure that it's actually being rendered out onto the screen. But first, we're going to give it a text color of white because otherwise it won't show. So let's do that. Let's go inside of our home screen. And here, we're simply going to put stories like this. Autocomplete that. So auto import should be happening right there. And there we go. Our stories is now showing up on the screen. So it's being rendered, and that's good. And now we just need to go ahead and make more progress, okay? Like add more things to it. So that's it. We don't need to touch this home screen file again. We just now need to work on our stories component. All right. And in our stories component, we're going to have a couple of things. So again, some things I'm going to paste just because they're very obvious and they just take a lot of time. So we're going to be working with dummy data. So I'm just going to paste this here. Okay. So these are users, all right? And we just want to be able to get access to these users, okay? So another way we can do it, I'm probably going to run into some problems, but that's okay. We're just going to create a new folder. We're going to call it data, all right? And this data is really just going to be like our fake data where we're going to have, like, later on, we're going to move this to an actual database. But in the start, we're just going to have this dummy database, okay, that's created by us. So I'm going to cut this and take it out of this file. We're going to go inside of data, create a new file. And this one will be called users.js. All right, new file, users.js, like this. There we go. All right. Let's go back to our stories component, and our stories component will actually need access to those users. All right. So we'll be able to import that in just a second, but now let's start working on our stories component. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. Watch this auto import. So I'm just going to actually make sure my auto import is happening. So import users from backpack data /users. Right, just gonna delete this. I know we're gonna need access to users in just a second. All right, and let's go ahead and we're gonna give it a certain margin bottom. Okay, so that means that when we have another component, it's gonna be like underneath this and give it some space. Okay, stories is also a scrollable thing, so we actually need to make it a scrollable component. Okay, and how we're gonna do that is we're gonna give it a scroll view. We're gonna say horizontal, and we're gonna make it. All right, let's actually import scroll view first. Scroll view. Now we're gonna go horizontal, and we'll go shows horizontal scroll indicator, and we'll simply say false. Okay, there we go. We're gonna do equals, just like that. All right, so now we got the scroll view. Now inside of the scroll view is where we actually want to add everything that we're trying to add. Okay, so I can have an image show up here, right? So let's actually just have one image show up first. This, let's import it from React Native image. So boom, we got it imported right there. And now this image, we're going to give it a URI. Okay, and let's actually write our map statement right here as well. So we're going to do users.map, and I'm going to say for each story and index, I want to be able to do the following. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all this image stuff that I was writing. I'm just going to move it into here. All right, there we go. All right, all this means is we're going to have a loop, and I'm just looping through my users array. Because if I go to users, right, what is it? So users are, we got a user with their profile photo, another user with their profile photo, another user with their profile photo, so on and so forth. So we're just looping through them. And as we're looping through them, we're going to go image source, and I'm simply going to do story.image. This will get me access to the image. Let's do URI here, just like this. Okay, now I need to also show this. So we're going to go style, and we're going to do styles.story. Okay, this is going to error out. So what we need to do here is just create a style sheet, const styles, style sheet.create, and I'm just going to leave it blank for now. Okay, and let's import our style sheet. Great. Okay. So just the tech stack, just so you guys know, because I forgot to kind of talk about it in the start, but the tech stack that you guys are actually going to be working with is going to be, you know, of course, you're going to be doing React Native. You're going to be using Firebase, where everything is actually going to be stored and uploaded, when you're going to be retrieving your data in real time. So those posts that you saw, I forgot to mention, but they're not dummy posts. They're actually being directly pulled from Firebase, and they're being rendered out. And when you like a post and you leave and you come back, that like is actually there, because all of that is actually being stored in a database, right? So all of these posts are live, you guys. All right, so just wanted to let you know that. Also, we're handling form validation when you're trying to log in. So you can't be putting in the wrong stuff to log in. So we're using Formik and Yup for that. So you'll also get to learn how Formik and Yup work. So that was important. I don't know why I forgot to mention it, but now is a good a time as any to be able to just let you guys know that. All right, so we got the image, we got the story. Now, of course, it's not going to be showing up because story does not have any size to it. So we're just going to go story, and let's go like this. And I'm just going to say width 80 and height 80. And let's just see if it shows us anything. Nice. So now all of our story components are actually showing up. They're not exactly showing up how we want them to. So let's go ahead and give it a width of 70 and a height of 70 because I think they need to be a little bit smaller. Now, I believe they actually need to also be a little bit circular. So let's go ahead and make it circular. Dope. So now they're actually starting to look better, right? This is a very good sign. Let's go down here and let's go, and now we're going to give it a margin left of 6. We're going to give it a border width of 3. Margin left is not a valid property. Oh, because that's not margin. I spelled it wrong. There we go. So now you can start to see it's taking shape. Okay, and we're going to give it a border color. And let's give it a border color of this specific one. So make sure I'm using the right color here. There we go. So, boom, there you go. Now you can actually see all of the stories showing up. But what's still different from the component that we're building? If you notice, what's different so far? Well, the one thing that's different is we don't have the text or the names for each of those story components yet. So let's go ahead and add the text for each of them. Right? And we're going to do that right underneath this image, but inside of the loop, because we need to have this action repeat multiple times. Right? So we're going to go ahead and do that. What we also need to do is let's wrap this. Let's actually put the text first and let's just see what happens. So we'll do text and I'll just say hello. Now this says you must have a parent component, right? So we'll make a view. That'll be the parent component that they're inside of. Okay. And now, of course, it's not showing up. So we're going to make sure that we give it a style and we're going to say color white. So now hello is showing up everywhere we want it to show up, but we don't want hello to show up. Instead, what we want to show up is story.user. Not like that. Let's put it in JSX curly braces. There we go. So now the names are showing up. But notice that some of the names are too long. Like, for example, Naz Domansky is a long freaking name, right? I don't know why that guy has that name. His actual name is Nazari Domansky, so super freaking long. So now, how do we account for that and make it so there's like 3 dots showing up if the name is too big? Right? So this is where we actually need to use a little bit of JavaScript skills. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that now for the text. Also, just so we don't get any errors, let's give this view a key and let's just give it the index. That's going to make sure that each of the things that we're looping through is indeed, it has its own key. Otherwise, React freaks out. Okay, and it actually improves your React's performance by a lot if you give it an index. Cool. So now what I want to do is where I wrote story.user, I'm going to now write some JavaScript right inside of here. Okay, so just follow along with me because this part might freak you out, but it's okay. Hopefully it won't do it too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to do story.user.length. And if is greater than 11, then what we're going to do is we're going to do story.user.slice and just give us the first like 10 characters. Make them lowercase. All right. And give me some nice dots in front of it. Okay. So like this. So if the name is really long, let's go 10 here. Oh, 11 is fine. That's fine. So if the name is longer than 11 characters, give me the first 10. Plus, so just basically max it out at 10 characters, right? And then give me the lowercase and do dot, dot, dot. And yeah, perfect. And of course, we need the final condition. So this is what happens if true. Then we need what happens if false. And we just needed to give us the name in lowercase because it's already small enough. So there we go. Now you guys can see Clever Kazi, the Cosman, Sugar Shaw, Naz Demansky, a plastic plant. So that's looking good. Now, where I wrote stories, we don't need that anymore. So I'm just going to remove that. There's still a few problems with it. So what I'm going to try to do is let's go ahead and give this a style. I'll say align items. It's the center. There we go. So now that just align things nicely, right? So for example, if we take that away, notice how all these are like too close to each other. But then when I bring that back, they move away from each other and give us the look and feel that we want. And since it's a scroll view, we're actually able to scroll this as well. So with that said, you guys, we are pretty much done with the stories component, okay? So if you enjoyed that, give us a nice little round of applause. Get that energy up in the freaking chat. Smash that like button, right? Really get this thing freaking going. Awesome. So this is looking good. Let's move on to our next component. Okay, so stories component, I believe we're good with. And what's our next component? Can you guess? All right, it's going to be this component. Now, this is a massive component, okay? And it has multiple things. It looks super simple when you look at it, but there's actually a lot going on inside of here, right? So if I put this right there, that's the next building block, puzzle block that we're doing. Hey. Now, this component has a lot of things. So let me explain. At the top, let's see if my arrows are going to the right place. All right, there we go. So at the top here, this is going to be a component called post header. All right, so let me see if I can show you what that looks like. So it's wild, right? It's like post header right there. All right, so that's that component. It's also going to have another component, which is going to be, where is it showing up? Post image. Okay, so there we go. Post image. And then it also has post footer, right? So when you look at that one big component, like this one that I'm highlighting, it's made up of multiple subcomponents. Okay, for example, it's made up of post header, it's made up of a post image, and it's made up of a post footer. So there are multiple things. So I want you to start seeing React like that, like building blocks, Legos. So even though we're going to be building this all in one file called post.js, it's going to have multiple subcomponents inside of it, and you'll see how we do that. All right, let's get rid of all of these now. So this is the screen we're going to be building. Not screen, but a post component we're going to be building. And I'm just going to leave that at the bottom right here so you can see what we're doing. Cool. So let's go inside of our home, make a new component, and this is going to be called post.js. Okay. Now post is also going to need its own fake data. So we're going to create our dummy database and we're going to call it posts.js. All right. And we're just going to put our dummy data in here. And that's what this will look like. Okay. So we're importing the users from the users database. Okay. Right there. And then posts are just this. Again, if you're building this along with me, yet you can add your own dummy data that looks like this. Or you can, once you add data to the Firestore, when we do that later, we'll add it to a real database and then we'll be retrieving it from there. Okay. Now, what is post? Well, post, let's actually bring up our post component right here, right? So let's just leave that on the right-hand side for now. Hopefully I'll remember to take that off. But if I look at my post component, or actually this is the entire component, right? We need access to the user, who created the post. So that's going to give us the information we need for the post header. Okay. We of course need likes. Those are going to get rendered down here where you guys see them. Okay. How do you? There we go. Oh, that's so much easier. It's gonna get rendered like down there. Caption is going to get rendered out here, your first thing. Profile picture is going to be the profile picture that you have at the top. Okay. And then this is an array of comments, which will have the user in the comment. And the reason why you need it like that is so then you can show, like it says here, the cause man, blah, blah, blah. Right? So that is where that's coming from. Cool. So that's what the data structure is like. It's an array of objects. So get used to that. Everything is always going to be an array of objects anytime you're dealing with an API, almost always. Okay. So object number 1 represents the first post with all of its comments. And then object number 2 represents the second post with all of its comments. Okay, there we go. I hope that was clear. Great. So that's all that file is. Now let's come back to our post component. We will do our usual. We'll write post. And we want to make sure that this is getting rendered. So where do I need to go for that? I need to go to my home screen because that's where it will be rendered. Right? And then inside of here, I want to be rendering it. So for example, I need to do post like this. Of course, we need to import it. So let's go ahead and remove the last character, write it again, and it'll suggest it. Okay, and if it's not showing anything, that's just because we might need to do color, give it a white color, and there you go. Now it's showing up. So that's good. This is a good starting point. Now we need to work on our post component. And post component, we're just going to start it bare bones for now with kind of as simple as we can make it, okay? So I'm going to just remove... yeah, this is fine. So post component is going to take in a post. Okay. And then we're going to go do stuff with that particular post that we get. So let's go to our home screen. And what I want to do on the home screen is, since post is going to just render out one component, we need to actually be able to like wrap it up in a loop and be able to show all of them. So I'll show you how to wrap this up in a loop in just a second. Let's go back here and now let's work on this. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do margin bottom 30 because each of the posts should have some gaps in between each other. That's what that'll allow us to do. Now I do want to use a divider. So we're gonna go divider. Okay, and now divider we don't have. So divider we're gonna actually need to install. We're gonna need to install, and we're gonna do yarn add React Native elements, just like this. That's okay. So I'll zoom in just so you can see the command that I just wrote. Okay, that's a bad zoom in because my stuff is hiding it, but you get the point. Hit enter, so it starts installing it. You'll see the package name. These are always the package names. So whatever you see written out here is what you will need to install. Cool. All right, so now we're going to use the divider. It's still not auto-importing, but that's fine. So I'm going to just say import. There we go. Thank you, Copilot. All right. So now this divider, we're going to give it a width of 1. And orientation, we're going to make it vertical. Cool. Unexpected token. Post. Oh, we should be good now. That's interesting. What? What just happened to my entire app? There we go. So now my app is actually showing up. There we go. So now, yes, so we can actually see the post that we wrote, right? It's showing up. And this is the line that we need. So that's that divider part that I added. Okay. So for now, all we're doing right now, guys, is just initializing post. And then we're going to create the post header. Go post header. All right. This will also get access to the post. And then we're just going to render out a view. That view will contain another view, which will contain an image. And then we're going to have some text right next to that image. All right. Yeah, so now we just need to actually start styling it. Okay, so let's go ahead and what we'll do here is, instead of having this written out right here, I'm going to remove that, and I'm just going to say post header will take in a post, and then we just pass it a post like this. Okay, so now post header will have access to the post that we gave it. We just need to import image. Great. Awesome. Okay, so now this is the part where we actually need to start pulling real information from all of our posts. So we're going to go back to our home screen, and we're going to wrap this up in a loop. And we're going to make this post have access to everything. So first of all, we're going to make it a scroll view, because we need to be able to scroll. It's 2 L's. I misspelled it. And then let's also import scroll view. So we're going to have the posts in a scroll view. Now, inside of this view, we're actually going to map this. So we're going to say posts. So boom, we just imported it, and I'm going to say dot map, give it a post and an index. Okay. There we go. So now we're just looping through. Okay. And this post will need access to the posts as well. So how we do that is we go make the post equals to the post, and then also we're going to give it a key, which is going to be the index. All right, so now we're looping through, and for every single post that we retrieve from post.js, so we're going to post 1 is going to be this, and this is going to be the second post, or post 0 is going to be this, and then post 1 is going to be this one. Okay, and then we're just sending that off to our post component, and then our post component is getting it and then doing stuff with it. As simple as that. Boom, boom. All right, so let's work on our post header now and make sure that everything is good to go. So we're going to give it a style here, and we're going to go flex direction, and we'll go row. We'll go justify content, space between. We'll go margin will be 5, and then align items will go center. Okay. Now we do need the images to show up, so let's actually just give our images a source. I'm going to say URI is post.profile picture. Okay. And now these, of course, will need a style as well. And I'm just going to give it the same style as pretty much the stories, because it's going to be pulling from there. So we're just going to do styles dot story, just like this. And now I'm going to cheat. So I'm going to not cheat, but like I'm going to go inside of my stories component, and we're just going to grab this exact styling right here. We're going to go back inside of posts, and we're going to paste that. The only difference really is going to be we're going to make this smaller. So we're going to make this 35 and 35. So it's not the big circle. Border radius is good. This is good. And border width will make it much smaller as well. Okay. So now it says, I don't know what a style sheet is or where you're getting it from. So we're going to do style sheet. And now it's imported. There we go. Hey. So now our headers are being made. They're not looking perfectly like we want them to, but they're showing up. So that's good. Okay. So now let's do a couple of more things, right? So now let's give this text. This text is going to have a color of white. All right, we're going to give it, let's give it a margin left of 5. And then we're going to go font weight. And I'm going to give it a 700 font weight. And now let's give it some text. So let's say hello and see what that looks like. Boom. So each of these guys has hello coming out, as you can see. But we don't want it to say hello. We actually want to say post.username. Or is it post.user? Yes, it's post.user. And by default, everything shows up in a column. So remember, in React Native, we actually need to put this in a row. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this view, I'm just going to make it. I'm going to say style is flex direction row. That should already do it. And now we're going to align items center, and that'll put it in the center like this. Okay. So now this looks reasonable and respectful. Okay. This margin 5, if I remove that, you'll see that the header is running into the divider. That's not what we want. We want margin 5 from every single direction. So margin left, margin top, margin bottom, and margin right. So shorthand for that is just saying margin. So if you do this, right? So it gets nice spacing from all directions, and a good little hack you can use. Now all we need is the 3 dots showing up. So if I take a look at this, I have the clever Kazi on the left hand side, and then I have the 3 dots at the right hand side. And Chris O'Brien says, I posted it earlier, but here it is, what you need for the snippet extension. Install. This is the extension. So he's giving you guys the extension you need to install. Thank you for that. So now we just need to put those 3 dots at the right hand side as well. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so we're going to make another review. Is it auto completing this for me? Jesus. All right, so we're going to have another view. All right, and this is going to be a very simple one. So actually, let's try this without a view, and let's see what this looks like. So I'm just going to have text. And then my text is just going to say this. We're going to give it a style color white, like this. And look, the 3 dots are actually showing up, right? So that's good. Now we just need to give it some font weight. Font weight. Boom, there you go. So guys, our post header component, I believe, should be good to go. We're done with the post header component. Now what we need to actually work on is our being able to pull and retrieve the image. So that's what we're going to work on next. Okay, hope you're enjoying it and having fun. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Let's just highlight this real quick. So this is what we've gotten done so far. Boom. This is a scrollable view, as you can see. Everything looks clickable because it has that touchable opacity, right? Boom. So there we go. Let's get out of this view. Let's go like this, and let's keep rocking and rolling. So post image is going to be the next thing that we're going to work on. Okay, so I'm going to add another component now, and I just want to take a look real quick. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on this now. Okay, so post header is done. I'm going to get outside of post header. We're going to do const post image. And this is going to take in as well, is going to take in a post. And then it's going to need to do stuff with that post that it gets. Okay, and let's do an implicit return. So implicit return is really the equivalent of you writing this and then you saying return and then you putting all your code inside of these parens. So the nice, easy way of doing it is just put this, and that's the same thing as that. All right. So here I'm going to have an image, and this image is going to have a source of post.image URL. All right. And then we're going to give it a style. And the style is going to be very, very simple for this one. We're just going to give it a height of 100%. And we're going to go resize mode. And we'll say cover. And of course, let's go and end this component. So make sure you give it that slash like this. So we got our image component in here. Now we just need to add the post image right underneath the post header. So we're going to do post image, post. There we go. So the image is starting to show up. It's not looking exactly like how we want it to. And so let's work on that and fix that. So we're going to go and build a view here. Wrap the whole thing up in that view. We're going to go style. And I'm going to say width 100%. And we're going to go height 450. And there you go. Now the image is looking like how we want it to look like. So that's it, and that looks great to me. So the post image component is done, you guys. So we're done with that. Now we need to add and start working on the post footer. So what is the post footer? And if you're new here and you just came on, welcome. Thanks so much for being on this live stream right now. I really love your guys' energy, and I appreciate you guys being here. This build took us, just so you guys know a little bit behind the process, these builds take 100 to 200 hours from me and my team, and David and I worked on this for a long time. And what takes a long time is not the build itself, but we spend another 50 to 100 hours making sure that every line of code is absolutely as clean as it can be. It's as tightly refactored it can be as it can be. So when you're watching this, it is extremely clear and easy to understand. Okay, so it goes through like a really solid refining process, and it's distilled down and just super clean before we hand it off over to you. Okay, so there's just a little bit behind the scenes. Thought would be interesting for you guys. Boom. All right, so now let's work on and add the post footer. So post footer is going to be fairly simple, but here's one thing that you're going to need to do for it. So inside of our post here, I'm going to add all of these icons. So I just did a copy pasta right now, and that copy pasta is basically all of my icons that I'm going to need. Okay, so these are all the icons that I need. So I have a like icon, a comment icon, a share icon, and a save icon. And if you're wondering what all of that looks like, it'll look like this. So at the top right there, I make this even smaller so it doesn't really take up any space on the screen. But the heart, the comment, the messenger, and then those all the share, the save icon, right? So all of those are right here. And the way that this is set up is you have the image URL, then you have the liked image URL. And the only one that has that is the like button, because remember, the like button turns red when you like a post. So you're going to need two different images for that. Everything else is straightforward. Again, it's an array of objects. So get used to that pattern. Very, very common pattern. You'll always see it all the time. Best to just get used to it. So I got my icons. Now I'm going to do stuff with my icons. All right, let's go ahead and make our post footer component. So I'm going to go here, const post footer. Okay, and there we go. Boom, boom, boom. boom, 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 boom. All right. So post footer. Let's give it an icon. So let's make an icon component. So post footer is going to have tons of icons inside of it. Okay, so I'm going to make that component right now. So we're going to do const icon. Okay, and we can even put that inside of post footer, but that's fine. Let's just do const icon. All right, and let's close this. And I'm going to go image style, image URL. All right, and then we're going to give it a touchable opacity. Opacity like this. And then each image is going to be image style. Like that. Okay, so now our icon component is made, and now we're ready to use it inside of our post footer. So let's go ahead and go icon. And I'm going to say image style is equal to styles.footer icon. So this footer icon styling, we're going to need to make that. And let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Footer icon will be width of 33 and a height of 33. Just like that. Okay. Now let's come back to our code where we were making our icon. And let's give our icon an image URL as well. And the image is going to be post footer icons. We're going to give it the first image, which is that like image. And then let's close it. Just like this. Let's make it an implicit return. There we go. Okay, so we have an icon that has, we give it an image style, right? And then the image URL. Cool, and then that shows it. So now let's make post footer. So we can actually see the post footer. So let's go on top right here, and let's now go ahead and add it. Okay, so I'm going to say post footer and add it in like this. Complaining about touchable opacity, not a problem. Just need to import it from the top. Touchable opacity. There we go. So now you can actually see the heart icon, but it looks like it's too close. So what we want to do is make it so it's not too close. And by the way, guys, we're almost at a freaking 1,000 likes. That's freaking awesome. So post footer, we're going to wrap it. Wrap it. All right, we're going to go style, and I'm going to go margin horizontal, and we'll give it 15. We'll give it a margin top of 10. There we go. So now the likes has a nice little margin from everything else that was going on. Right? And now let's go to our post footer component, and we just need to add a couple of other things to it. Okay, so let me go ahead and just make a few more icons. Okay, boom, boom. Now it's going to complain, hey, I need a parent, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's wrap it in a parent then. Not a problem, okay? Doesn't need to freak out. Now you see that it's in a column. We don't want that, right? We want this to be in a row. So let's go flex direction and let's go row. Beautiful. So that's looking good. Now we need to have these three icons in its own view and then the right one in its own view. So let's wrap this bad boy in a view. Like this. Okay. And we're going to have left footer icons. And then we're going to have our, essentially our right footer icon. But we probably don't even need to say that. It should just be good to go, actually. So let's go ahead and go. Let's create styling for our left footer icons. So I'm going to go left footer icons container. And we'll go flex direction row. and we'll give it a width of 32%. And we'll go justify content, and we'll go space between. All right. And let's give this a style of styles.leftFoot container. There we go. So it's wrapped in that left footer style thing that we wanted. So that's good. Now, each of these images, we just have to change them slightly. So I'm just going to replace this 0 with a 1, this 0 with a 2, and our images should be looking good. Now, this image right here, icon, does not exactly look like the one that we have right around there, right? So we're going to need to just add a slight bit of styling on this, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So share icon. Let's create a styling for that. So I'm going to go share icon. We'll do transform. We'll go rotate, not 90 degrees, but rather 320 degrees. And then we'll go margin top and give it a -3. Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot to give a huge shout out. So this app was built by me, David, and Amanath too. So Amanath actually did a lot of work as well on this. We had David and I, well, we had the sleepless nights. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Amanath had the sleep-full nights. He's not on here, so I can say whatever I want. Oh, he's still on here. Oh, shit. Just realized that. Oh, snap. He was catching some Z's. Sorry, you guys can't see, but I have them open on Skype, so I can communicate with them. They'll sometimes help me with if we got donations, or if our video is down. And just give a huge shout out to them, by the way, guys. They're very, very helpful. So I want to see some comments of positivity and love being dropped right now for Amanath and David, guys. Cool. So this looks good to me. All right. Now we need to just give the share icon, put it in the right place. So let's go ahead to our second icon. Right, so our icon 2, because this is our share icon. And here's what we're going to do. So this is a cool hack that I want to actually show you guys. So you can actually give it an array of styles. So you can put a comma here like this, and you can say styles dot share icon. So now it's inheriting the styles of the footer icon and the styles of the share icon. Really cool, neat trick. You can do it like this. Very, very nice. So there you go. That style is now showing up, doing what we want it to do. And of course, now we just need to add the last guy. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to get out of this container. And we'll go view. And inside of this view, I'll put in that icon. We'll go image style, styles.footer icon. And then image URL is going to be postfooter3.image URL. So now you guys can see the bookmark showing up, except I want it all the way at the end. So there's a couple of ways we can do it, right? I think we should be able to do it with justify content space between here. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. I want to also show you another way of doing it. So the other way of doing it is you can actually give it a style, and we can actually go align items. And we can go flex end, and we can give it a flex 1 as well. So there. So flex 1 basically tells it take up all of this space, and then when you say flex end, it actually moves it all the way to the end there. So multiple ways of doing it. I just wanted to show you different ways. Personally, I like the space between one better, but this is all right as well. Cool. So our footer reaction icons are looking good, are doing what we want them to do. Now what we need to work on is we need to be able to show our likes, right? So we want to be able to actually grab the likes and show them, because right now we're not able to show them. So let's go ahead and do that. So this component is going to be a pretty simple one, you guys. It's not going to be very complicated. And I actually have to make a decision. Do I want to show you guys how to like refactor this code and make it even better, or do we just skip it? So give me a second here. I'm just going to think that through real quick and see if I want to do that. Okay, I think we're good with this for now, to be honest, because I think it is doing what we need it to do, and we don't need to mess around with it too much. Okay. Oh, okay. So just one thing is post footer needs to take in icons. Okay, that's kind of about it. We don't really need to actually worry about that too much. Okay, let's move on and work on our likes component. Okay, we don't need to worry too much about refactoring right now. So let's work on likes component, and this component is still going to be inside of post footer. All right, but we just go all the way to the bottom. And we'll work on it here. So I'm just going to say const likes. Ooh, wow. Thank you so much. We just got another donation from Darsh. And Darsh says, hey, really great work you're doing. I know until Vanilla.js. Could you suggest some projects for Vanilla.js to get an internship? I'm in my second year. I would recommend that you don't worry that much about Vanilla.js. I think just go and start working on React. It's okay. Like, I think deeper understanding, yes, it can always help. But I'd rather you just actually start doing JavaScript with React, because there's going to be a lot of things you're not going to ever use again, like .inner HTML and a bunch of other stuff that when you're using React, you're not changing the DOM in real time, you know, or the add event listeners or whatever. Like, you're going to be using states and stuff. So something to just keep in mind. Cool. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for your love. I appreciate it. All right. So the likes component is going to be pretty simple. It's going to take in the likes, or sorry, it's going to take in the post. Everything is going to take in the post. So that's one important thing for y'all to know. Okay. Everything is going to take in the post. Now, we are going to basically show each of the posts. So that's going to be in a text tag. And we're going to go post.likes.toLocale string, and we'll do just like that. Okay, and then we're going to close it. Now it's not showing up because remember, text is also currently black, so we need to actually change it to white, and that'll help us show it. And the other reason why it's not showing up is because we need to add it right here. So we actually need to go and do, and we can actually add it in the same view. So right underneath here, we just go likes and we give it a post. There we go. Okay. So let's go to our likes here. Right. And now our likes are showing up on the screen. So that's a good sign. That's kind of what we want. And now we need to actually give it further styling. Right. So for the font, I want to say font weight. And let's go 600 on this bad boy. Okay, so font is looking better. And now we need to actually give it some styling. And so let's put a view on top of this. All right, and we're going to give it a styling of flex direction of row. We'll go margin from the top should be 4. So like, let's give it a little bit of margin from there. And this looks good. The only thing it doesn't say yet is the word likes. So let's say that. And now it says the word likes. So 7,870 likes. It's actually being pulled directly from the post. The next one, let's see what that says. Also saying 7,800 and blah, blah, blah likes. Cool. Let's go to posts. Yeah, they both have the same image and the same amount of likes. So we're gonna do something. I'm gonna go in my I'm gonna go and posts. Cool. Okay, and then we'll soon be pulling in the information about the people as well. Okay, so now, like for example, if I change the likes here to, let's say, like 3,500 likes, right? And I go down, 3,500 likes. Perfect. Let's go back into our post component. Cool. So I believe likes are done, guys. That's it. They were pretty straightforward. They're simple. So we're done with them. Now we need to add caption. So the caption is the next part. So where you see it says Clever Kazi building the Netflix clone with React.js. This is going to be a fun build. That's the caption. So the caption is pretty much the same styling as the comments actually. So once we do the caption, the styling is going to be pretty easy for comments. So const caption, and it'll take in a post, and we will get a text, and the text will say the post.user's name. Okay, so let's just start with that real quick, and let's go ahead and render a caption at the top. Caption, give it a post. All right. And now it's not showing up, of course, because the styling on the text needs to be changed, right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give it a styling of color white. There we go. Now the styling is showing up. All right. So now I'm going to show you guys something actually interesting. So you can have text tags within text tags because we can't use span, right? So since we can't use the span tags, we got to get creative with how we use the span tag. So like almost imagine like I'm using a span tag right now, but instead I'm just using a text tag. Okay, because this is going to have like a special bolded text, right? And then this one is going to have user, first one, suppose that user, and then we're going to have post.caption like this, right? But the Clever Kazi actually needs to be bold. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go style, and we'll go font weight. I'll go 600. So now Clever Kazi is slightly bolder, right? And the next text, so let's go here. Let's put it all in a view because it's too close to likes and we want to give it a little bit of distance. So I'm going to actually say here, and we're going to say style. We'll go margin top, and I'll add in 5. So now it's a little bit more breathable room. Okay, I'm just going to update the caption just so it looks a little bit better. But this is just dummy stuff right now, so you don't have to worry too much about it. I'm just doing it for like aesthetics, just for fun. No crazy reason. All right, let's go here, paste that. Cool. Just so like we can also check the styling as well, right? Like how does it read on multi-line? Because sometimes on multi-lines it might read incorrectly. Okay, and now what we can do is we can actually just give even a slight margin. So let's go back here. Okay, margin. And that way Clever Kazi and the rest of the stuff can have some amount of margin. So let's actually try that. Let's go margin right 5. That's not doing that. Okay. Oops. Bold. Let's try here. Margin left 5. Interesting. Okay, so that doesn't work. Oh, but what we can do is actually we can do a little hack. All right. So we can do a little hack. We can actually just give a space like this. So not here, but inside of our caption. There we go. Okay. All right, David, you were right. I was wrong. That did catch me. If the space was really obvious, I would have caught it. So like that. Okay, there we go. So you can make the space really obvious like that, but here it is. Okay, so give that space, and now you get that building the Netflix clone with React.js, and you're good to go. Okay, so let's take a look at both of them. They both look slightly different, right? The image is the same, but other than that, they should be good. Cool. All right, and another thing that I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna update the dummy data just one last freaking time, just so we can also have like my brother's posts in there and some different people's comments. Oh, Instagram is gonna be complaining, which is super annoying actually. David, can you link me my brother's URL in Slack, please? Instagram is annoying. It just expires its links like every few days or something, just so you can't be using their stuff all the time. So just grab like a new URL here and we'll be good to go in just a few seconds. All right. So in terms of the caption though, let's take a look. In terms of caption, guys, we're honestly done. There's not much more to do in caption. Like, I'm just wasting time not wasting time, but like just adding more aesthetics to the app. I also think it's good for testing, just so you can see like different images working and doing the things that they're supposed to do. Okay, so we got the new image, and let's see if this image works like how I want it to. All right. And it does not. Does it need to end in a .jpeg or something, David? Like .png or .jpeg or something like that? Do I do that 4K thing? Maybe at the end of it? 4K slash 4K slash PNG. Will that work? Damn it, that doesn't work. Okay, cool. Well, that link does not work, David. So if you can give me another link, that'd be helpful. All right, so let's keep on going. Let's work on adding the comment section now. Okay, so comment section is gonna be a little tricky. Okay, so let's go ahead and do comments section post. And when I say comment section, right, what I really am talking about is this, and I'll show you in just a second. So let's go post. I'm gonna try this one last time, guys. Hopefully this works. Yes, it does. Nice. Look at that. That's beautiful. Perfect. So let's go back. And comment section is going to be this section right here. So it's not the comments themselves. It's the, you see where it says view all to comments? That's what that is. Meaning that if you have no comments, that section will not show up at all. But if you do have one comment, it will say view one comment. If you have multiple comments, it will say view all two comments, right? So there's 3 different states that it could have. If it's empty, it shouldn't exist. If it's one, it should say view one comment. If it's multiple, then it says view all comments. So just takes a little bit of JavaScript jujitsu, but we will work through it, okay? And you'll learn some dope JavaScript. So let's go. There's actually a really cool hack in this one that we figured out, and we'll show you and probably even drop that as like a separate video at some point by itself. So let's just do an implicit return because I don't need to do anything else. So, all right. So here we go. Here's the text that we want, right? So text, and I'll just say hi for now. We'll give this a color of gray actually. So it needs to look gray. Now we're going to add this comment section right underneath here. So I'm just going to say comments section, give it the post. So the hi is showing up, as you can see at the bottom. All right. Now what we do want to do is we want to be able to say, hey, check the comments length, right? So something like this. So we want to be able to say something like that. So I just wrote this line right now. And basically it says, hey, if the comments length is greater than 1, then say comments. Otherwise, say comment. Okay, so for example, if I go back to my, well, actually, let's read out the comments themselves as well real quick. Oh, no, that's the next part. That's the next part. Okay, so let's test it now, right? If I go right here and I remove one of the things, it should go from plural comments to singular comments. So I'll remove one of the posts. Now it says comment, right? We add it again. Now it says comments. So to me, this looks like the way that we're checking the length and whether we're going to make the comments or comment is good. Okay. And now what we want to do, so let's write that word here, right? So this is not the actual view component. This is the word view. So now we can say view. And we also want to determine whether we want to use the word all or not. Okay. So the way that we're going to do that is by this JavaScript snippet. Okay. Right there. And what this is basically saying is if the comments length is greater than 1, then say the word all. Otherwise, don't say any words at all. Okay. And then this will actually say, so if I remove this, it won't say view all 2 comments. I'll just say view all comments. So if I add this part back, now it says view all 2 comments. Okay. So this is the number. This is whether we're going to say the word all or not. And this is whether we're going to say comments or just comment. Okay. Cool. And last case scenario that we actually want to account for. So remember, we had 3 cases, right? One is 0 comments. So there's a 0 comments case, right? So 0 comments. So in the 0 comments case, don't render component. Okay. In the 1 comment, basically what you want to do is render a component and also say and make the word without the word all and singular comment, right? And then in the last case, you render with the word all and you say plural comments. These are the 3 case scenarios, right? So right now we accounted for these 2 with this snippet of code. Now we need to account for this last one, which is the trickiest one actually. It doesn't seem like it, but I'll show you why that's the case. So first thing actually we're just going to do is I'm just going to, for styling, I'm just going to add a little bit of margin to the top like this. Go down here and we'll paste. So now I just have some margin, so it's a little, it looks nice, right? It looks like real Instagram now. We gave it that little gap from the caption. Okay. Now we're gonna make this a conditional render, and how we're gonna make this a conditional render is the following way. Okay, so I'm gonna basically say if post.comments.length, then render this whole thing. There you go. So now it's wrapped in a conditional. All right. So let's go back to our posts. And if I remove this comment, it will say view 1 comment. If I add it again, it will say view all 2 comments. So that's good. But what happens if I remove all the comments? It crashes. And the reason why it crashes, this is pretty weird, is post.comments.length actually brings back a number. Okay, so let me just explain this here. So post.comments.length actually gives you a number, right? So that number is going to say 0 or 1 or 2 or 3, like that, right? So the truthy value of 0 is false. All right. Man, this is gonna be weird to explain, but yeah, because it's pretty tricky. The truthy value of 1 is true. So when this is 1, it goes, I'm true, and so then do this. But when it goes 0, it goes, I'm not true. So then it tries to do just this part. And when it tries to do just this part, it goes, hey, you're writing the word 0, but it's not within the text components. So what do you want me to do when I just have a 0 here to render? It has no idea. It just freaks out. It says text strings must be rendered within a text component. But if this was the word false, it would do nothing. Super freaking weird. Okay, super freaking weird. So if you literally had a thing that was rendered saying false here, it will work. But if you had a 0 here, it would not work. So bizarre. Okay, really, really bizarre. So the hack there is you want to make this 0 either be a false or a true. You don't want it to be a number. So for example, I don't want this to render to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. I just either wanted to say true or actual word false. And so the hack to do that and turn it into true or false is I just do the same thing. Post.comments.length. And this is a dirty, dirty hack. But put double negations. And if you put double negations, now if you have 0 comments, it will work. And it is so bizarre. And it doesn't show, right? You look at that, it didn't crash. If you have experience with JavaScript, you should really enjoy this part. I really enjoyed this part. I was like, yo, I finally understand what double negation is. It's the craziest freaking thing. So yeah, double negation is a bizarre one. You could do a ternary operator way, but this is just cooler. And this end-to-end approach is very, very common when you're reading code everywhere. They'll do this way because it's just nicer and you don't have to say or null. So this looks nicer. But yeah, so double negation will just turn whatever you have into a true or false and expose that thing's truthy value. So there you go. Now this section will work. And with that said, we are good with the comment section. Okay, beautiful. Nice. You're doing a great job right now if you've made it so far. I know this is hard and it takes a lot of time. But I'm proud of you for being here. There's still 218 of you live. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for your support, comments, encouragement. It really, really helps. I appreciate all of you. Let's get rocking and rolling. Now we're going to add the comments component. And comments will show the actual comments. So for example, where it says the Cosman, wow, this build looks fire. Super excited about this. That's the actual comments section now. All right, so let's go and work on that. Const comments. We'll do post. Do like this. All right, and then inside of here, I will map through all the comments that I have. We'll grab the index. All right, and within this loop, I'll write down what I need to write down. So we'll make a view. Within this view, we'll add a text. And the styling is going to be the same as... the styling is going to be the same as the caption. So it's going to look very similar. I'm going to be using the same techniques here. So we're going to do color, style. We're going to say color is white. Okay. And literally the rest of it is going to be the same. So the user is going to be bold. So we're going to do style. I'm going to say font weight is going to be 600. Okay. And then the other part is just going to say comment.comment. So why comment.comment? Because comments is this thing here. And comment is this one object here. And comment.comment is this guy right there. That's why. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so that looks good. Of course, we need to give this a index. We're also going to give it a styling, but let's give it a styling in just a second. Let's just go render it out right now, and let's see what we look like. So we go comments, give it a post, and there we go. All our comments are showing up. Okay. So our comments are not showing up. The only problem is that they have a certain things with styling. So let's go and fix them. So this comment right here, I'll give a space. Okay, can we go and make it very obvious like this? Yes, we can. So there we go. So you put a space there, and that'll give a space between the user's name and then their comment itself. Okay. And now this view, we're going to just give it is slight styling. So right here, I'm actually just going to say style, and we're going to give it a flex direction of row. Okay, and we're going to go margin top 5. So each comment now has slight margin between each other. Perfect. So comments component is looking good, you guys. Honestly, we're done with the, I mean, we're going fast. We're going freaking quick here. We're done with the comment components. There we go. Nice. So if you guys are enjoying this so far, again, break that like button. We're so freaking close to 1,000 likes. And yeah, appreciate you guys. Let's keep going. So what are the next things that we need to add? So this is looking pretty good. Now let's work on our bottom tabs component. Okay, so what is this bottom tabs component you're talking about, Kazi? I'll show you. So let's get rid of our post footer. Bottom tabs component is this guy right here. That's the next one that we're going to build. Okay, and bottom tabs is going to go and sit right here. You guessed it, right at the bottom. Just like that. Okay. Kind of like that. Yeah, I hope I'm doing it in a way where it looks like it's actually there. Yeah. So pretty much like that. So let's work on it now. I'll just leave it here so you guys can see this the whole time. And we're going to code this thing up now. So it's a new component. And now we're going to go inside of home. New file. And we're going to call it bottom tabs.js. All right. And there's a lot of stuff that's going to be added into here, guys. So buckle up. This one is going to be a fun one. Bottom tabs. Great. So first things first, we need access to all of those variables, right? So I'm just going to copy them. Okay, and we're going to paste them here. All right, so what is all of this? These are just bottom tab icons. All right, we got the home icon for the bottom left one. We got the search icon. Oh, they're opening up. Okay. We got the search icon. We got the reels. Zednology says, how did you get this good? I practice and code a lot. So even if you see my last week, it's pretty ridiculous. And I've been doing this for years now. So, you know, this is probably just my last week. Right? So this is just 1 week, 44 hours in the last 7 days. There's probably more that it didn't even log. But yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of coding happening, right? Like 8 hours, 54 minutes on Thursday, 7 hours, 36 minutes on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday. So like every day There's a lot of actual, and keep in mind, Waka time records not the time you're thinking, not the time you're whiteboarding, not the time you're walking outside and thinking about how you're going to solve the problem, not the time where you're like dreaming about the code. It's logging just the time where you're actually physically typing code, right? That's what it's showing. So the reason why I'm showing this to you guys is not to like discourage, but to encourage, right? Like these are the last 14 days to show you that it's not that I am good. It's that I just practice this a lot, you know, and maybe I'm practicing this maybe more than you. Okay. So this, so just make sure that, you know, you can do this. Trust me. You just need to spend time coding. Okay. Just spend a ton of time coding every freaking day, you know, as much as you can, and you start getting better. Like coding, yes, it is hard. It is tricky, and these concepts take a long time to grasp, but like you're going to get pretty good at JavaScript if you spend 72 hours in freaking 2 weeks, right? I don't, maybe I didn't even have it enabled before 2 weeks, so it doesn't have that, but I just have the last 2 weeks enabled. So yeah, there's literally no secret. All right. It's just hours coding. How much time are you spending? You should be able to see that. So hopefully that was helpful for you. All right. Beautiful. David, can we clip that one? That was actually pretty sick. So just timestamp that moment, please, and clip it, because that could be an awesome video. Yeah, a lot every day. Yes, sir. Okay, so I got all my bottom tab icons right here, guys. And now notice that I have the active and the inactive ones. And what's the point of active or inactive? Well, it's simply because when you click at the bottom, home versus the search, right? Which one, there's switch to which one is active and which one isn't. So that's why we need the two different icons. One that's the fill one, and then the one that's like unfilled. Beautiful. So right, it's filled right there. You see that. Cool. So every icon has an active or inactive state, and we're going to need to be managing that state. All right. So when we're managing states, I'm thinking we're going to need to import useState. So I just imported it here because we're going to need that. And we're also going to need a couple of other things in order to be able to do this one. So I'm going to import divider because you're going to need it. So let's go divider. All right. From React Native Elements. It's going to be that like little line at the top. And other than that, let's just get into it. And then we'll import things as needed. Okay. This is a heavy commit. This is a heavy one. So let's go through this. All right. So bottom tabs will take in icons. All right. And it will also need to manage certain states. So we're going to go active tab, set active tab. And we're going to go and give it home. Okay. So the default one is going to be home. Now we're going to create another component called icon. And this will do the following. This will have an image. Okay. And each of those images is going to be wrapped in touchable opacity to make it a button. So whenever I'm making a button, I usually just wrap it in touchable opacity. Now there's this new API thing that they released called Pressable. So maybe that might be the way to go. Look into it. But the regular way is just anything that needs to be a button. Wrap that thing in touchable opacity and you should be good to go. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. So wrapping this in such opacity. Now we need to now show these icons. Okay. So there's a lot going to be going on here. Okay. So let's do this. So on press, what I want to do is set the active tab to icon.name. Okay. Okay. And now let's just see if we can actually show these icons. Bottom tabs. So let's go to our home screen and let's just show them. So let's go to home screen and I'll add bottom tabs in this safe area view. Bottom tabs. Like this. And you're going to give it the icons. And this is going to be the only kind of annoying part that you guys are going to need to do. So let's import them. So like we're making the icons here, but we're never using them in this file. We're using them in the home screen by importing them. So bottom tab icons are being imported. And bottom tabs will also need to auto import this. So there we go. Import bottom tabs and bottom tab icons from that. I know it's weird, but it's just because I didn't want to make the home screen super bloated. I also wanted to show you how to import and export stuff around, because very useful skill to have when you're working with React. All right. So bottom tabs takes in certain icons. We're giving it those icons. Let's go back. It's being used. All right. And then let's just render them out. All right, so I'm just going to loop through each icon. So we're going to go icons.map, and we're going to go icon index. And I'm going to go icon key index icon icon. Okay. So pretty soon we're going to start seeing these icons, okay? But what we need to do is make our icon component actually be able to show these images. So we're going to go source URI, and let's just go icon dot active for now, or inactive for now. Let's give it a certain size. So we'll go style. We'll make styles.icon. Styles. All right, and let's go down here and let's create a style sheet, and we're gonna go style sheet dot create, and we'll go icon, and icon will have the following styles. It's gonna have a width of 30 and a height of 30. So look at that. All the icons are now showing up at the bottom. They don't look super pretty, but they're showing up, so that's good. Now let's actually create a container that'll contain all these icons. So we'll go container. I'm going to go flex direction row, remember, because I need them to show up in a row. All right. Let's put a comma here. And why this is not taking place is because we need to actually wrap this up in that style. So we will go style equals styles.container. It's already an object, so we don't need to put two squigglies there. There we go. So now you can see the icons are actually showing up at the bottom. They're showing up in a row. That's good. Now we need to give them some spacing between there, right? So we're going to go, not space around, but we're going to go space. Actually, space around should be fine. Let's go space around. So space between pushes them too far out to the edge, right? And we don't want it that far out to the edge. So let's go space around on this. Hey, beautiful, guys. This is awesome. Thank you so much. We just smashed 1,000 freaking likes. So huge shout out for that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the love. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. All right. So here's what we want to do now. Let's give it a height of 50 and padding top of 10. Cool. Okay. So it's starting to look good. So notice that when I give it a padding, it pushed the stuff down. Right? Okay. And when the height is too small, it's too small. So we want to give it a height that's like a little bit bigger. Right? And now we want to start doing a couple of things. We need to actually give, there's some dynamic styling in here that we're going to do as well. So be ready for that. But first, let's actually put all of this in a wrapper. Okay. And what this wrapper is going to do, so we're going to actually create a wrapper on top of all of this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go view. And we're also going to put a divider line. And for the divider, we'll go width of 1. And we'll go orientation, vertical. Why vertical, I never understood. Because it's always horizontal. But vertical just makes it a little bit thinner. So go figure. I have no idea how to explain that. But that's the divider documentation. So go yell at them. Don't yell at me. Sheesh. Yo, guys, can I get like, just in the comments, just like, sheesh. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the comments popping a little bit. I could use some tea. Now, let's go style. And we'll go styles.wrapper. Okay, kind of like Snoop Dogg. There we go. So the wrapper, it gave it a... so the wrapper, we're going to make it so it gives a position absolute soon. Okay, we're going to do that soon. Not doing that yet. Jesus. All right. The top comment by Amana. That's funny. It's hilarious. Thank you for the energy. I need this energy. Let's go. You're the best. Coding with Sneakies. Sheesh. Guys, 6 hours, this many hours of coding live under all of this. Crazy, guys. So, like, I need your energy right now. I need that. It's food for me. Thanks for the love. I appreciate every single one. Cool. So we got this view where we're doing, our tabs are showing up. Now we just need to do a couple of, just need to do slight little touches. Okay. And one thing we need to do is based on which icon we click, it should become active. All right. So let's go ahead and do that now. So right now I'm just hard coding the inactive image, right? But here's what the active image would look like. So now they all have that fill going through it. But we need to make this a dynamic thing. And how we make this a dynamic thing is like this. Basically what I want to say is if the active tab is currently the icon.name that's selected, then give me active or give me the inactive. All right. So this is now working. Look at that. Everyone I click is showing up. Okay. So it says, hey, the current one you've clicked, if it matches that specific icon, then give me the active URL for it. Otherwise, give me the inactive URL for it. There we go. Okay. So the active tab is keeping, this is what's changing the state when we do on press. Beautiful. Where did you get the users array at stories.js? There is, I have a folder called data. Inside of it, I have users. And so that's where it's at. I'm getting it from right there. Okay. Beautiful. So that functionality is now working and doing what we wanted to do. Now let's go ahead and work on some additional functionality on this. Okay, so this is going to be slightly tricky, but when we click the profile, so first of all, profile picture, we need it to be round. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, and let's style the wrapper as well, guys. Let's style this wrapper. So we're going to go position, and we can do absolute. We're going to go width, and we can do 100%. Go bottom 3. And let's go Z index 999. So it's always on the top. And we'll go background color, and we'll give it, that's the color we'll give it. There we go. So now it's guaranteed always going to be on top, okay? Cool. All right. Beautiful. All right. Let's go ahead and style this now. So we go profile pic. And here's what we're going to do. Let's give it a border radius of 50. Let's give it a border. We'll look at that in a second. And a border color of white. All right. And I'm going to take away this arrow function just for a second, just to make it a regular profile pic like this. And now we're going to go to our profile and give it a styling. Okay, so we're going to need to add a conditional statement that asks us if it's our profile picture. So here's what we're going to do. Profile picture needs to inherit the styles of the icon plus the styles of the profile pic. So immediately, what I'm thinking is it's going to be an array. Right? It's going to be an array of styles like this. And the second array is going to be a conditional. Okay, it's going to be the second item in the array is going to be a conditional one. So we're going to say if the icon name is profile, then what I want you to do is styles.profile pic. Otherwise, give me back null styling. So notice that the profile pic styling is now being added here, but not added to these other ones, right? Because if I remove this conditional statement and I just hard code this in there, now everything is going to have the circular thing, which actually you can't see, but trust me, it's a circular thing that now all of them have. So we don't want that. We just want it to be like this. Okay. And now we also need to worry about the styling of when we click it. So this is the styling of just the profile icon itself. But now we need the styling for when we click it. So we need to now do dynamic styling. So how we're going to do that is profile pic is going to take in active tab, or it will be, by default, it'll be empty like this. Okay, and we will make it a function. So this is really cool. You can do dynamic functions, dynamic styling like this. And what I'm going to say is border width should depend on if the active tab is profile. If it is, then give me a width of 2, otherwise give me the width of 0. Now active, this is a function or a method, so we're going to put dot profile pic, open close parentheses like this. Okay. Now it's complaining. Oh. Wait, but default should be empty. Oh, yes, active tab. Wait, where did I write active? I wrote active somewhere. Oh, yes, right here. Active tab. Typo. Cool, there we go. So there we go. Okay. Now it's getting the styling, but here's where we're going to be. Here's the fun part now. If the active tab is profile, and the icon name is the active tab, what you've clicked on. So basically what you've clicked on is the profile icon. Then I want you to do the following. Give me profile pic and pass it the active tab. Otherwise, give me back nothing. Okay, so now we have an array of styles. The first one just gets me regular styles. The second one gets me the styles for profile. And then the third one gets me the styles for profile when profile is clicked. So watch this. When I click profile now, it becomes white. Look at that. Right? Such a nice little touch, guys. I hope you enjoyed that one. I enjoy these like JavaScript parts that are just clean. Nice mustache. Awesome. Okay, so we are good to go with this. All right, so in terms of the bottom tabs, I believe, guys, we might be just done with the bottom tabs. I think we are. All right, bottom tabs should be good to go. We are finished with this. Now we can actually move on to doing bigger and better things in our lives. Anytime you have unused imports, you can just delete them. That's what I like to do. Just so my code looks cleaner. It doesn't look as intimidating. Plus, it just improves the performance of your code because you deleted what you don't need. All right, now we're going to work on the new post screen. That means that you should be able to go there and upload a post, things like that. Okay, so what does that look like? That's going to look like, that's going to be this screen right here. All right, so what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to go into the screen, upload a post, and it should show us this post. Okay, so this screen is going to have a post uploader component. So we're done with bottom tabs. So that uploader that you guys see right there, that is, we're using Formik and Yup for that. And what that allows you to do is validate. So when you type in stuff, it validates if what you wrote is correct or not. And it won't let you push things from the front end. That it'll provide you with front end validation, which is super important, because then your back end won't get clogged up and you won't have to use your back end to validate for the user, because that will provide a much slower and worse user experience. All right, so I'm gonna open up the actual component that you will be making. So the first thing we'll be making actually on that screen, if I go back to that, oops, not what I meant to do. So the first thing we're gonna need to do is make that make the part at the top that says new post with the back arrow. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And we're gonna start working on a new screen as well. Okay, so this is the thing that we're building. So let's go ahead and make a new screen. So let's go into new screens, create a new file, and we'll call it new post screen.js. And this will do this. We'll give it a safe area view. And it will take in the add new post component. And we'll give it a style and we'll make it background color black. And then we'll do that same hack that we do, which is we give it a flex 1. So it will take over the whole screen and make it black. Okay, we don't need this yet. Let's go inside of components. We'll create a new folder called new posts. New folder, it'll be called new post, just like that. And that will have all the components. So in here, we're gonna say add new post.js. And add new post.js will be pretty simple. and it will be a text that just says add new post for now. We'll give it a style of color white so we can just see it. And we're now going to add it to app.js so we can see it at the app level. Okay. But right before we leave this screen, let's just see all the work that we have done so far, because it is quite a lot and it is quite impressive what we've done. So take a look at this. This is what we've done so far. We have built this screen right here. It's able to take in posts and comments and show them. It's able to show you view all comments as well. And everything is clickable, right? So I can click it. We have our stories component, which you can move horizontally like this. We have our post component that shows all of this. We've built our post header. We've built our post footer, comment section. I mean, there's a ton that we have already done, you guys. And then the bottom tabs, they look super nice, right? And when you click them, they become active or inactive based on what you clicked and when you clicked it. So great job so far. If you're following along or you're just even watching this, like, you're going to be picking up a lot of these skills. So in our app.js, we want to now render out this component. So I'm going to remove home screen and I'm just going to say new post screen. All right. And now new post screen is complaining. So let's import, add new posts. There you go. So this is pretty good. This will just get us started with what we need. So we're done with this, guys. And now we're going to actually start working on adding that header part right here, which will go right up there. All right. So it's going to be like a back arrow, and then it's going to say new post in the middle. So let's work on this now. So we're going to now go inside of our add post component. All right. And this is going to be fairly straightforward, guys. So let's go ahead and make some of our stylings that we're going to need. So I'm going to say const styles style sheet dot container. Oh, I don't mean to say that. I meant to say dot create. Okay. And in here, we're going to have container. This will have a margin horizontal of 10. We will import our style sheet. So let's go import it. We'll do header container. This will contain the header. It's like, no shit, Kazi. What else will it contain? All right, there we go. Put a comma right there, otherwise it'll keep complaining at you. We'll do justify content. We'll give it space between, and then we'll go align item center. Okay, and the next one we'll need is header text. I'll leave this empty for now, and we'll style it in just a second. Now I want to start seeing things. So let's start off. In our view, we're going to need an image. That's going to be the back button, by the way. Okay. And so we'll import, I'll get the back button right now, and you can use this URL here. David and Amanat, can you guys please get all the assets and all the URLs in just one folder and make it so everybody can click the link in the description or something? Because some of them are assets and a lot of them are actually just URLs. So people will need access to the URLs. All right, we're going to do source URI, and we're going to drop this guy. Beautiful. And of course, now we need to give it a certain width and a height. So let's go here and let's go style. Width 30, height 30. There we go. So now our left arrow is showing up. We do want to make it a button. So let's make it touchable, rapid and touchable opacity. Okay. All right, so we got the touchable opacity action going on. Now when I click it, it actually detects it. I don't need this text to be inside of the touchable opacity. This text can be outside of it. This does need to be like a flex direction row type of situation. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just use our header container that we made. So I'm gonna say styles dot header container. And in add new post, here's what I'm going to do instead. So I'm going to make this entire thing its own component. So I'm going to just say const header. And just paste that in there. And then inside of here, we're just going to render that component. So I'm going to say view. And we'll say header. Just like that. So now it's showing up. Now this view will inherit the style of the container. So we're going to say styles.container. There we go. It's just margin horizontal. So it just brings that thing in. And the next thing we're going to need is post form. So I'll just leave that written here just so we remember that. Okay, and this will just simply say new post. Okay, and now we're going to style our header text. And we'll say color. Say color and make it white. We will make the font weight 700. We'll make the font size of 20 and margin left 27.5. Okay, and we'll give that to the new post. So we'll just go and we'll go styles dot header text. Okay, so now it looks nice and bold. Great. Okay, cool. So we're gonna fix that in just a second. Let me actually just take a look here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give it, instead of a margin left, we're just gonna give it a margin right of 5. Okay, so that looks good to me. This is looking good. Font weight, margin right. Looks good. I'm wrapping the header in header container, so that's good. Okay, so that's another hack you can do, by the way, to center it. Okay, you can just, because it's spaced between, I can actually just add like an empty text component there, and this will actually help me center it. Okay, so just remember that. I'm going to emphasize that. This is just an empty text component with nothing inside of it. And all I'm using it for is so my new post can actually just get centered. That's all. Okay. There are, of course, better ways of doing it, but but we're just going to make it work for now. Cool. So it looks good to me. Now we got to start working on our post form. Beautiful. So this is actually gonna be a heavy one. All right, so buckle up because we're gonna be doing a couple of things here. So we're gonna call this Formik post uploader. All right, and we're gonna make a new component inside of new post. Okay, cool. All the URLs are there. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that with me. So this is going to be called Formik post uploader.js, just like this. All right. And we're going to make our forms. We're going to make our form inside of that. Okay. So it's going to be a couple of things we're going to do. Number one, first, let's just see if our Formik post uploader is showing up. So we'll give it a style color of white, and I'm just gonna say Formik, and let's go like this. I just imported it at the top right there, and our Formik post uploader Formik component is showing up, and now we need to actually start writing code in here. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to install yup, and we need to actually install Formik. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do yarn add. Just going to zoom in here so y'all can see what I'm writing. Yarn add Formik. So this will install that. And then the next thing that we need to install is yup. So we're going to do yarn add yup. So these are the two installs that we need. Now we can zoom out. All right, and now we're gonna do upload post schema, and this is to give it a schema of like what's allowed and what isn't allowed. Okay, so we're gonna say image URL, and it's gonna be a yup string, and we're gonna make sure to say, hey, make sure it's a URL, and then we're gonna make it required. URL is required. Okay, that's what it's gonna say. And then caption, we're going to say yup.string .max, and we're going to max the caption out at 2200. And then I'm just going to say caption has reached the character limit. Okay, that's how it is on Instagram. You can write up to 2200 characters. So that's what will allow you to do that. Make sure to put the comma because it's an object. You're giving it with two properties, one image URL and one caption, two keys. Now it's saying, hey, I don't know what this yup thing is. So let's see if we can import it. Okay, we can't import it. So we're just going to type it out. We're going to say import everything as yup from yup. All right. And then we'll also say import Formik from Formik. All right, when it's complaining like that, all you got to do is just refresh and it should be much better. Now it's freaking out why I changed this. So we're just going to go ahead and say yup. Corey says, is this a recording? This is not a recording. I am live right now. What is up? Welcome. I feel like we got to make these lower quality, so it feels like we're live. All right, so we got our post schema. Now we can actually start working on our form. This is where things get just a little bit tricky. So hang in there with me, and we're going to go through it. All right, so now let's go inside of our Formik post uploader, and we're going to do the following. Okay, so we're going to say thumbnail URL, set thumbnail URL. And we're going to say use state imported from React, by the way, if you haven't already. And we'll start it off with the use state. So this is going to be a placeholder image, you guys, that we're going to be using when it doesn't have an image yet. So it's just a placeholder image, okay? As a matter of fact, let's just actually do that. Let's call it placeholder image, and we'll give it that image, and we'll replace this with placeholder image, just like that, okay? All right. And now comes the really tricky Formik part. Okay, so here we go. So in this return, I'm going to make my Formik component. And here's how Formik works. Formik is... So within the Formik, this is where our form is going to go, our form. And when I mean by form, right, you're like, what form? What are we building as a form? That's where you're going to put in your caption, and you're going to put it in your URL. That essentially doesn't look like a form. You never think of it as a form, but it's actually a form, right? So we need to treat it like a form because we need both of those things to go at the same time. We also need both of it to have a validation, and we need to be understood like a form. They're like two things at once, right? So inside of Formik, you put your form. So this is where our form is going to go, and our form is going to be made up of like two text input fields, right? Which is where you can actually write your text, a caption, or for the URL. So that's just keep that in mind. The syntax is going to be really heavy, and the syntax of this is going to make you feel like you're confused or you don't know what's going on, but the idea is what I just stated. All right, so initial values are a caption and image URL, which are going to be empty in the start. Then we have on submit what should happen, and on submit what we want it to happen is we needed to get the values, and we just needed to print out the values. That's it. And validation schema that we're going to give it is going to be the validation schema that we just made right there, which just says make sure that the image and the caption fields are filled out. Okay. Now is the part where we build out our form. And so we're going to have an anonymous function, kind of just like, I mean, this is crazy, but Copilot is like filling it all out, which is insane. But I'm just going to build it out with you guys. So we're going to go like this. So we're going to go handle, blur, handle, change. We're going to give it handle, submit. It's going to take handle, submit, values, errors, and is valid. All right. So you're probably like, what the hell's going on here? All of this, guys, is being pulled from Formik itself. Okay. So that's what's going on there. So this is a function. And then we're going to render that function's output right there. There we go. Says expression expected, and I'll just put in false. So this whole thing is a function, and it's destructuring a bunch of values that we're going to need, and then we're just returning them right away. And here we go. Now we're just going to build this thing out. So we're going to put JSX fragments, and then inside of it, we're going to start putting our stuff. So we're going to go view. Inside of this view, we're going to have our image. This is going to be the image that like holds that dummy image. And then we're going to have our text input field. Okay, make sure you import it. Can't find variable Formik. So import, I believe it's imported with a capital F here. There we go. Now it's not complaining anymore. So text input, we're going to give it a placeholder of just like hello. Well, that was weird. My app just crashed. Let's go back into Expo Go. And it doesn't matter whichever one of these I open, I'll open this one. Okay. And of course, we also want to make sure that our text color is gray so we can actually see it. So I'll say placeholder color gray. So now my thing is showing up, right? You can see it's not looking pretty, but it's showing up there. So that's good. So we're going to need like multiple text inputs. Okay, so this is text input number 1 for the captions. And then we're going to need another one for the URL. Okay, so basically this one is going to say write a caption. And this one is going to say enter image URL. Okay, so there we go. Both of them are there. And then on top of this, so we have an image. And then we're going to have, so let's go here. Let's update the component because we're not just on headers anymore. You're going to be building this thing, right? So that's what it looks like. So if you pay attention to this, you can see on the top left, you have an image, then you have write a caption, and then underneath it, you have enter image URL. So let's go add all of that stuff in now. Okay, so for image, I'm just going to kind of hard code the image URI here. So we're going to say source URI, and we're going to just say placeholder image. Okay, and now, of course, we need to give it certain styling so it actually shows up. This whole thing actually should be wrapped up in a view, I believe. Yeah, so we're going to remove that view from there, and we'll move that view down here. So this image, now we need it to show, which means that we need to give it a size. That's why it's not showing currently. So we're going to give it a size of a width of 100. So we're going to go style, width of 100. And then we're going to give it a height of 100 like this. So now that image is showing up. Okay, now let's start working on these text inputs that we have. Okay, great. So let's work on the write a captcha one. So this one is going to be multi-line, is going to be true on this. All right, so now it will allow us to write multi-lines. Like you see how I'm hitting enter and it's taking me to the new line. Okay, now we need to give it a color so we can actually see what we're writing. So I'm going to just go ahead here and say style, color, white. So now when I type, it should actually show me what I'm writing. We'll give that same color down here to this guy as well. There we go. Cool. For the caption though, we're going to also have a font size. So we're not just going to have but we're also going to have font size for this. So let's go font size and let's give it a 20. Cool. I mean, it looks pretty similar, so I don't... Oh, yeah. So there we go. Now write a caption looks much bigger, which is fine. Now what we want to do is on change text, handle change, and give it caption. So what's nice about Formik is you don't have to pass all these states. Like you don't have to do like this state and set state and then do this and make a state for every single thing. Formik will handle that for you. Everything is built in. On blur, we're going to say handle blur and give it the caption. For value, we'll give it the value that it's getting from the captions. And that should be good enough. Okay. Now we're going to work on the other text input. And the other text input is going to take in a couple of things as well. So we're going to do on change text right there. Copilot is very smart. On blur, do the same thing. Beautiful. Values, do the same thing. And then the only thing that's left is, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Font size should be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to grab the styling from there. We'll override this and we'll just say 18. So it's a tiny bit smaller. Dope. Okay, now the only things that look different are just how the views are styled. So let's go ahead and we're going to style our views now. Style. And I'll say margin 20. Boom. That's already making it look better. We're going to say justify content space between. Okay. And we're going to go flex direction row. Nice. So enter image URL is the one that's looking funnier. So let's see if we can move it out of this view. And if it does what we want it to do. It does. Okay. But let's just move it back for now. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything accurately. Okay. Yes, so we are going to move it out of this view actually. So let's move it out of this view. Let's put it right there. Okay. Let's also put like a divider here so it's very clear that they're like two separate things, right? Now the divider, let's give it a width of 0.2 and then orientation is going to be vertical. It's like a very thin divider that we want to add there. Okay. Now, write a caption is looking a little bit funny. So let's put a view on it. And we'll put a closing view down here. Just like that. And for this, I'm going to say style and we'll go flex 1. Beautiful. And then we'll go margin left on this. There we go. So now write a caption is looking good. Yeah, pretty much all of it is looking good. Now we just need to go underneath text input and just need to do a couple of things. So we need to now write errors. So I'm going to say errors.image URL. And then we're going to say font size, we'll make it 10 and give it a color of red. So this will show us the errors. And I'm just showing you this so you can see how Formik works with errors. So we're going to go errors, image URL. So you can see now it's already complaining about the error. Right, image URL must be a valid URL, just like that, right? So when you don't write it, it goes, a URL is required. Perfect. All right, and then what we want to do is we want to give it a button. And that button on press should handle submit. It should take in the title and it should be called share. And then disabled should be is valid. So thanks to Formik, we get is valid from Formik itself. And it knows whether the form you're submitting is valid or not. You and I don't have to do anything about that. Let's import button from React Native. There we go. And now our share button is showing up. Now notice that when I reload this page, it actually starts off blue, But then when I start writing, it becomes disabled. So that to me looks weird. What's this complaining about? Font size. So I wrote font size incorrectly here. So like that's weird, right? Like why? Now it's grayed out, but when I refresh, it starts off as an enabled state. So this is a little bug that Formik has, and they have no good way of solving this. So like the thing that I found that you have to do is pass in validation, validate on mount, and give it true. So like this will actually validate this as soon as this component is mounted. So like now let's refresh and see it's disabled. I can't even click share until I type in, it's not working. And now when I type in, it's not working. But if I give it an actual link, hello.com, boom, now it actually allows me to hit the share button. And when I hit it, look at the bottom left. So look at the bottom left. Every time I hit this, look at the console log. It's getting the data for me, right? So if I change this to hello, new post, boom, look at that. So we're getting all the data that we actually need, right? So that's, I guess that's a good thing about just having that. This is a nice little trick you can do, and everything then works. Okay, great. Now our validation is working as expected. So we're pretty good. Now all we need to do is be able to render the image, right? So for example, let's say I get an image. Okay, let's use this image here. And we wanted to be able to render that image right there before you hit post. So we're just going to need a couple of things for that. We already got this, right? So this thumbnail URL is going to be the one that we need. So let's go to our image URL text input. And as you're typing in here, what we're going to say is on change. We're going to get access to the event. And we're just going to say set thumbnail URL to the native event.text. So whatever text we're getting from there. Okay. And now we have access to that thumbnail changing. And now we just need to make it dynamic. So we're going to go to our image right here. And this part right here, we're going to make it dynamic. And we're going to say thumbnail URL. If it exists, then give me thumbnail URL. Otherwise, give me the placeholder image. Okay, that's it. And now we should be good. So let's paste in. And there you go. It actually renders it in real time. Let's remove this. And now it's not there anymore. Let's type stuff and it goes invisible. So that's exactly what we want. Beautiful. Okay, so looks like this is working how we expect. There we go. Awesome. So this is looking like it does everything we needed to do. When I hit share, it's giving me just hit 200% subscribers. I'm getting the image URL. So in terms of being able to post the image, we are good. Now we're going to connect the database part to it later. For now, what we need to do is we do need to create our signed in stack and signed out stack, which means that we're going to need to start adding in navigations now. Because if I hit this back button, I unfortunately can't navigate to the home screen. So we want to be able to navigate back and forth. So let's work on that now, guys. Okay. So Formik post uploader is successful. All right. I don't think that there's anything else we have to do here. We're good. We did the whole thing. Good job for hanging in there, because that one is a little complicated, but when you get it right, it's so good. Like, for example, if I make this link invalid, boom, it even crashes. How nice, right? No suitable URL request handler found for HTTP. So it just like broke, right? And now let's go back, and now it can handle it, and we can actually just hit share. So very, very good. Exactly what we want it to do. So let's go to the next part now and start adding in navigation. So navigation, guys, is going to take in a little bit of moving around, but it's okay. I believe in you. You can do this. So let's create a new screen, and we will call it navigation.js. All right. And in here, first of all, we need to install a couple of things. So here's what you want to install now. Remove this off the screen. All right, so here we go. We're going to do yarn add, and we're going to go React navigation native. So that's the first install you want to make. The next install is you want to install the stack. So we're going to go pretty much the same thing, except /native. We're going to say /stack. We also will need access to gesture handlers, which means when you swipe left and swipe right. So we're going to do yarn add React native gesture handler. And you can also do npm, but I like yarn more because yarn is better. It will resolve all the dependencies for you. Dope. We'll also get valid URL. We might want to use it at some points, but I think let's just get it for now. If we end up deciding not to use it, we just won't use it, so it's fine. Now, inside of our navigation, we can actually start working on this. So let's just go ahead, do our usual RNFE. Cool. So the const that we're actually going to be exporting from here, we're going to call it... Oh. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Yeah, sometimes I forget to zoom out, guys. I apologize. So I didn't do much. All I did is literally RNFE. Boom. That's it. Okay, cool. So now, inside of here, well, I'm just going to call this the signed in stack. Okay, and then we're going to have navigation container. And this entire thing is going to be inside of the navigation container. We don't need this return, so because we can just do an implicit return like this. Wrap that in navigation container. And then we're going to do this. We're going to go stack.navigator. Stack.navigator. We don't need the stack actions. So let's import that though. Let's go import create stack navigator from React Native stack. That's perfect. And we're going to also do import navigation container from React /native, just like that. Okay. Now let's go ahead and make our stack. So we're going to go right here. We're going to go const stack. We're going to set our screen options to basically say that don't show the header. Okay, and now inside of here, we're going to do initial route. So we're going to set all of our screens now. So we're going to do stack.screen, kind of like this. You don't need to pass the options here. Okay. And for each of these screens, we're going to give it a name. So here I'm going to call this home screen. And then here I'm also going to import my home screen from right here. So I'm getting my screen from my screens folder. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our new post screen. Just like this. So I got my new post screen now. So I got both of those screens. Now I need to just give it an initial route. So we're going to do initial route name, and we'll go home screen, and then we'll go screen options. Screen options. Just like that. So these options that I created here, I'm just passing that. Headers false. Here are my screens. So don't need this. Let's remove that. All right, so here's my signed in stack. Now we actually need to be able to use the signed in stack. So in our app.js, instead of new post screen, we're actually going to pass in the signed in stack like this. So let's go here and let's export default signed in stack. Let's go back. Let's now import it. So now we got the signed in stack. We don't need to give app specific screens anymore. We can give it an entire stack. And notice that it's already rendering it correctly. Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. This means it's working. Another way I can find out it's working is I can change the initial route to new post screen, and it should render the new post screen when I refresh. You can see it does. Go back, refresh. It now shows the home screen. So this is doing exactly what we want it to do. Now all we need to do is when I hit the plus sign, it should be able to take me to the new post screen. So here's how we're going to do that. Let's go to our home screen. Our home screen is going to get access to navigation. Our header component is also going to get access to navigation. Let's command click into header. It's going to destructure the navigation that we just passed it. And when you click the plus sign, which is right over here, we're going to go on press. What we wanted to do is we wanted to do the following. Navigation dot push. Take me to the new post screen. That's it. And now inside of the new post screen, so the Formik post uploader, or not, sorry, the new post screen, oh, sorry, inside the add new post component, that back arrow, all we're going to do is say on press navigation dot, whoops, it's not what I meant, navigation dot go back. So this will allow us to just go back and forth between the first two screens. So Formik post uploader is fine, but what did I thought I imported something that we don't need. That's fine. Okay. Now header actually needs access to the navigation. So we're going to go navigation equals navigation. Add new post component. We'll destructure navigation for this. But here's where navigation is actually coming from. Let's go to the new post screen. New post screen is the one that actually has access to it. Only screens have access to navigations. Then you pass it to the children of those screens. So this new post component is a child. Navigation. Close this. And I think it should be good to go literally in the first try. But let's see. Hit plus. Navigates me. Hit back. It breaks. So why does it break? Let's go to add new post. We're getting access to navigation. We're passing it. We're not destructuring it inside of our header component. So let's just go and destructure it. Now it will work. There. Boom. Look at that. That is slick, right? Boom. Right, so you can navigate by sliding to the left. So you can navigate two ways. So you can navigate back by sliding left like this. Look at how buttery smooth that is. So nice. And you could also go back by hitting the back button. Isn't that nice, guys? Wow. Just reading the chats just to engage with you guys, actually. I'll put the chat right here, actually, because honestly, it's even this is a little distracting, but it's kind of like fun for me to be engaging with you guys the whole time. All right. Okay, cool. Navigate here, navigate back. Cool. So navigation is working like expected. I just want to double check a few things here. On submit, we also want to be able to go back. So when I actually hit share, I want to be able to go back. ENG Happy says no backend for this build. Absolutely not true, bro. If you looked at the start, you cannot do any of the things that we do without a backend. For example, having sign-ins, user registrations, user authentication. This app will have being able to create a new account. You cannot access and go in without logging in, actually. So all of that's going to need a backend. And then being able to make a post. All those posts will be retrieved by a backend, will be written to a backend. You will also not be able to see posts if you're not logged in. So like there's maximum security on this thing. Cool. James says smooth. Yes, sir. Looks great. All right, so now we need to just add that there. Beautiful. First clone I wanted to try. We'll try it after live. South African network was so bad. Absolutely. I'm happy for you to be able to try it. This is going to be awesome. You're going to have a lot of fun with it. Penelope in the house. Let's go. Okay. So inside of my form, we're going to add on submit. And right here, here's what we're going to do. Okay. We'll say console.log. Your post was submitted successfully. We'll add a little ta-da, successful. And then we will do navigation dot. Oh, I never mean to do that. Navigation dot go back. Okay, here we go. So let's go back. Let's go forward. Oh, this will also need access to navigation. So let's destructure it right here. Navigation. And Formik post uploader is on the add inside of the add new post component. So let's give it access right here as well. And then let's go to the Formik post uploader. Yeah, now it should have access to it. Okay, great. So let's actually make a post. Let's get that image. G. This. Woohoo, hit 250K. Let's hit share. And there we go. We can see woohoo, hit 250K. And we can see the image URL. Your post was submitted successfully. And it rerouted me back to this page. So how freaking nice. Yo, that is amazing. Ahmed says, oh my God. I have recently received an interview from a company thanks to the Uber Eats clone. Thanks, Kazi. Yo, that is amazing. I'm so happy for you. So freaking happy for you. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate it. Yo, that is amazing. It's real world stuff, guys. Penelope says this is so cool. I'm happy. Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. So boom, boom. And now I can go back, right? So that's exactly what I wanted. I added my navigation everywhere, and we are good. I mean, it's valid URI. Huh. Sure, we can do that. So I'm going to add in a nice little thing here. Hopefully it'll let you pick up something too, and from valid URL. So remember we downloaded, or sorry, we installed this valid URL thing. Now we can actually use it. So here's how you would actually use this. So let's go down to our URI. The only reason why I wanted to fix this is because, like, if I paste the image here, but if it's not an image yet, it will actually just give you back blank because it's still something. So I want to make that bug go away. So how I'm going to make that bug go away is right here. And all we're going to do is we're going to say valid URL.isURI, wrap this in. And if it is, then show it. So if it's a valid URL, then show it. Otherwise, show the placeholder the entire freaking time. All right, so let's try this again. And let's go here. And let's post an image. And let's go back. Wow, that does not do anything. How amazing. Clone with speech to text using TensorFlow. Oh, that'll be fun, actually. David, you want to write that down? Text to speech with TensorFlow? I think that could actually be a lot of fun. Oh, Mpong says instead of prop drilling navigation, the library includes a use navigation hook. Oh, that is nice, actually. That is a nice one. Thanks for sharing that. I learned something new. Cool. Okay. So there we go. Now it's working. I just had to like refresh it a bunch of times. Oh, because this is still a valid URL. That's fine. So there we go. But if you write like dumb stuff, now it won't like show you just a black screen. It'll actually keep that placeholder image there the whole time, which is exactly what we're looking for. So we're good with this now. Our navigations are working. Okay. And now we're going to start working on our login screen, you guys. So let's go to screens, and we will remember, guys, all the screens we're building are right here. I'll show you. These are the 4 screens you'll be building in this project. All right. So we're done with the first 2, these ones. Okay. So these are the ones that we're pretty much done with. Now what we're not done with, obviously, is the back end of these, which is going to require quite a lot of work. So that's okay. Now what we need to build are these ones. Okay, so this is the one we're going to be working on right now is this one right here, the login one. Then after that, we're going to build a sign up screen. Okay, so let's get to work on the login screen. So screens, new file. We'll go login screen.js. All right. And this is going to be a pretty simple screen. I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this screen because it's literally very, very simple. So we're just going to paste this because there's no reason. There's not a lot going on in here, to be honest. Okay, never mind. I changed my mind. Let's just build it. That's okay. Let's go to navigation. I'm going to put in login screen here. Yes, I'm going to use Firebase for backend. Okay. Let's go like this. Login screen. Cool. And we'll do styles. Style is going to be styles.container. Okay. And then we're going to have another view. And this will have a style of styles.logo. Okay. And let's now get to work on on this right here. We'll have an image. And this image will be URI. Okay, and we're gonna now put the Instagram logo right here. So I'm gonna put that right there. Okay, Instagram logo, you guys can get it from wherever you want, but literally this is the logo that has everything in it. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, hey Kazi, great work, man. I've started learning a lot more of React Native through these projects. Great work. Keep these projects coming. Absolutely. You got it. You got it, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, cool. So we got, now we're going to put in that URI right there. So I'm going to say Instagram logo. And of course, let's render the screen out as well. So we will, I'm going to just make it implicit return because it just looks cleaner that way. So let's refresh our app. That's not what it should be doing. Let's go back. Login screen. Oh, right. I have to add login screen here. So we're going to say login screen. We're going to go right there and we're going to say login screen. And now it doesn't know what styles is. So we're going to say const styles is equal to style sheet dot create. And we're just going to make it empty for now. All right, so login screen is showing up and it's empty because, well, we haven't given that logo a size. So let's go logo. Wait, let's give the logo a style. So we can actually just do that right here. Here's another way to style things, by the way. You don't need to give it a style prop all the time. You can actually just say, you can actually just pass it to source, which is interesting. So there you go. Now it's showing up. Now we need to create some containers so they make this look bearable. Let's go container. And I'm going to give it flex 1. We'll give it a background color of white. And we'll give it a padding top of 50. And then padding horizontal of 12. So let's go there. Cool. Now we need a logo container. And we're going to go align item center. And then we're going to go margin top 60. There we go. That's exactly where we want the logo, right? If we look at the reference screen that we're using, you should always have a reference screen that you're working against. So this is the reference screen we're currently working against. Okay. That's what it should look like. You can use styled components as well, but I am just deciding to go with regular styles, like styles in here, because just easy, you know. But yeah, you could definitely use styled components. Image source. Nice. Wrapped up. And then the last thing we're going to need is the login form to show up. Okay, so we're going to need another component. And that component is going to be the login form. And that's going to go right underneath this. So what that component is going to look like is going to be this one right here. That. All right, so that goes right about there. So let's leave that right there so you know what we're working on. And now let's go ahead and start working on this. Mutu Forma, you can still use React styled components, I believe, with React Native. So you should be fine. But that's all good, yeah. All right, so let's go over to create a form. And we're going to put it inside of our components. And we're going to create a new folder too in just a second. But login screen so far is looking good. Let's go ahead and start working on the form now. All right, since under components, We're going to create login screen. So a new folder. Login screen folder. It doesn't need to be capitalized. I like to just keep it like this. Login screen. And they'll have a component inside of there. And that'll be called the login form.js. And this is how this one is going to work. So first of all, let's just go back to the login screen and comment this in and import it. So we got it right there. Let's have some text from it showing up. Boom. So now text is showing up. So that's good. Now we're going to start working on this component itself. All right. So let's just start off with text inputs, right? So that's how I like to start my forms. Text input import. So we're going to need one text input and we're going to need two. Why are we going to need two text inputs? Because there's two text input fields. Okay. And then we have a button. So two text fields and then a button. So I'm going to go ahead and add that button as well. Title of this button is going to just be login. Login, just like that. Cool. And now I'm going to get to work on our text inputs. So these are going to be pretty simple. I'm going to get to the more interesting backend part. So I'm going to skip through this because we just did all this. So placeholder, phone number, username, email, auto capitalize, none. We're going to have the keyboard type to be email address. Okay, text content type as well. And then autofocus for this is going to be true. RFCE, I believe, is for React. React, not React Native. So instead of view and text, it won't import that. It'll import other stuff. So like RFCE, like doesn't import that. So it's very similar, but like it also won't autocomplete these views here. Nice. All right, now, so that's our first input field. Okay, and now we're gonna have another, and let's put both of these input fields inside of a view. And this is just so we can style that input field. Okay, so we're just gonna say style is styles dot input field, like that. Okay, and I'm gonna do const style sheet, or sorry, const style is equal to style sheet dot create. Just leave it empty like this. So now I can type in here. That's cool. Let's create another view just like that with the text field. It's going to be very similar, except the only things that are going to be different about this are the following. So it's going to be a password field. Auto capitalize none. Auto correct is going to be disabled. Secure text entry is going to be true. So when I'm typing, it actually shows me the dots like that. Perfect. We don't need Redux for a lot of things. Everybody that shows you how to use Redux online, most of the times just using it for some like BS reason that they don't actually need it for, but they just do it so they can get more views on their videos. I mean, I think for some of the videos we added it, maybe even for that reason, but like you don't need it as much as you think you do. Most of the time you don't need it. Like for managing authentication, people always use it, but like you don't need it because Firebase already has all that information. So what we did is we went through this entire project. built it with Redux, added all this Redux functionality, and then went through it again, spent another 30, 40, 50 hours, and just kept stripping out every area that we didn't absolutely need Redux, and we realized like there was actually zero need for Redux in this entire project. So you don't always need it. Ronto says, it feels great to see such great productivity and doing the whole project end to end in one go. Thanks for providing the hope that with consistency and practice, quite a hell of a lot works can be done. Absolutely. If you just stay laser focused and you start coding, you can get actually a lot done. But like, just keeping your brain sharp is the key thing. So we got these two. Now the last thing that we actually need is, of course, we need to give it some styling. So the styling is going to be pretty simple. Because we've done this a lot of times now, guys, I'm going to be moving through this like a little bit quicker. And here's the styling for this. All right. We got some margin top, border radius action going on here. Okay. Margin bottom and border width. Let me remove this padding. Cool. And we're going to align things to be, I believe, in the center. So let's see if we have that somewhere, if we didn't do that. So let's put everything in the wrapper. So we're going to go style is equal to styles.wrapper. There we go. Okay. So now we just need to make it so it looks like how we have it here. Okay, let's see. View, input field. Input field. Okay, so maybe we might not need this much padding. So let's make the padding. Patty the baddie. Field. Can we do align items center? That's not what I wanted. Justify content center. That's not what I wanted either. Okay, that looks good enough for me. Okay, cool. Okay, David, if you can spot the bug here, let me know. But like, it's slightly off, I believe, from what we're trying to achieve. The text being in the center. So if there's a slight bug that I have here, do let me know. That'd be much appreciated. But like, I cannot find it. I'm starting a live share, so if you want to jump in here, you're welcome to. But yeah, I don't get what the bug is, but if you figure it out, great. So, because I want to just keep this thing moving. So padding. Login form. So the padding that we have is 12, but clearly that looks too big. But that's okay. We're gonna keep on trucking, guys. Just go 8 for now. Do I have like 3 text inputs or something? Oh. 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 Ooh. Okay, there we go. Does this still look right though? It kind of does. Like the borders look too dark. yeah, my text input, I just had like text inputs within text inputs, and that was creating the problem. But now it's looking better. So there we go. Awesome. Now we're going to do some more stuff to the login form. Okay. And when I say more stuff, we're going to be adding, we're definitely going to be adding like the forgot password and the account password thing, and the login button. We're going to make it look nice as well. So right here, let's go and build a forgot password section. So right underneath this password, I'm going to get right below it, and we're going to create a view, and inside of this view we're going to say text, and this text will say forgot password. All right, and now we're going to move that to the right. There we go. Flex end. And we'll give it a margin bottom of 30. So now login is moved down. And let's give this text a color. So we're going to go color. And it'll be like this bluish color. There we go. Beautiful. Now this button that we have, instead of a button being login, I'm going to just call it pressable. And pressable gives me nice things. So let's go pressable here. And what's cool about pressable is like you can write text inside of it. Pressable. And inside of the pressable, we can have text. And that text can say login. Now it's complaining probably about it doesn't know what pressable is, so let's just import it. Okay. And let's go. So title size is 20. We'll go style is styles dot button. And we'll create the styling for it now. So let's go right here and we'll go button. So this is the styling for the button. Okay. And basically what this will do is give it a background color, align it to center. So if I remove this, you can see it moves it all the way to the left. This will align it vertically in this case. We give it a min height, so the button actually has a certain height, and then we give it a border radius, so it looks a little bit rounder and nicer. Cool. And then we're also going to have a button text styling, so I'm going to put that right down here, and it will have a font weight of 600. It'll be white with font size of 20. So we'll go here and we'll say style, styles dot button text. There we go. So now it's looking pretty nice. We should be able to click this too. So you guys won't be able to see if we're clicking it or not. So I'll add an on press and I'll just write console.log. You clicked me. Just like that. And if I click it, you can see it says you clicked me, even though it doesn't have that touchable opacity thing that the other, that touchable opacity has. But that's okay. And now we're going to add a sign up container. So we're just going to do sign up container, and then we're gonna say don't have an account question mark, and then do that. Let's give it a touchable opacity. Oh, not touchable. That's not what I meant. touchable opacity. And inside of touchable opacity, I'm going to have text that pretty much just does this. We don't need to do for styles. We can actually just create a style right here, and I can say color, and we'll give it that same color right there. Okay, so now we just got to style the sign up container. There we go. So sign up container, flex direction row, width is 100%. It will basically align horizontally if I remove the width, right? You might not need the width in this case. I'm leaving it anyway. Flex row will make it so it's not in columns. And then margin top will give it a margin from the login button. All right, so that's what sign up container is, and that's what it does. Let's go and let's put a space right there. And you can put a space wherever you want, either with the sign up or after the account, whichever one. Either one works. So now the login screen, guys, is looking pretty freaking good. What do you think? If you think the login screen is looking pretty freaking good, let me know in the comments below. And of course, we still need to add some more functionality to it, like actually add Formik so they can validate it. But you know, it's looking pretty damn good to me. Login, sign up. Dope. Cool. Hey, getting some thumbs up. Nice, I see it. Okay, just double checking everything. Looks good to me, to be honest. And now we're just going to complete this login form. We don't need touchable and we don't need button. So I'm going to remove that. Now, guys, we're going to wrap it in Formik, okay? So from Formik, we're going to import a couple of things. And not all of this from Formik. So I'm importing Formik from Formik, okay? And importing this, and I'm also getting an email validator, so we can actually install this together. Just do yarn add email validator. Cool. So now this is installed. So these three imports we're gonna need. We're gonna need to keep track of states, so let's just go use state. All right, and now we need a login form schema. Okay, so basically we're going to do just that. So let's go add it here. That's not what I meant. That's what I mean. All right, so this schema, login form schema, basically is saying for email, get me the email. For password, make sure that it's a string of 8 characters. This is validating it's an email. This is validating it's 8. And if it's not 8, then your password has to be at least 8 characters. Very easy. Both of these are required, so you can't even hit submit unless you do that. And now we're going to start adding in the Formik part. So within this wrapper right here, we're going to start our Formik right here. And we'll finish our Formik all the way at the bottom. So like right there. Okay. And then we're going to wrap all of this stuff inside of like the Formik juice, as we call it. So first of all, let's just give Formik a couple of its props that it's looking for. So initial values will be email. And the next one is going to be password. But they're both going to start off as empty. We're going to have on submit. And for now, we're just going to say, get me the values. And simply just do console.log. Actually, we're going to do this because we're going to need to do more stuff later. So let's go here and let's just say console log me the values. And the next thing we're going to need is to give it the validation schema. And we're going to validate on mount to be true. So it validates right away. Cool. And now we need the weird part of Formik. Here we go. So it's an anonymous function that's going to take in a bunch of things: handle change, handle blur, handle submit, values. It's getting all of this from the Formik form itself. Okay. And now we're going to just go and do this. Okay, cool. So you see this arrow function right there. All of this stuff is going to be inside of it. And then we're just going to go all the way down and we're going to start closing stuff now. So right about here, we're going to start closing things. We're going to close. Is there any other ones that we need to close? Must have one parent element. So in order to give it a parent element, we can just give it like a JSX fragment type of situation. That should be fine. So let's go ahead and do that right here. Go in like that. And then go all the way up here. Thank you, David. Very helpful. That's cool. Hey, let's go. That's super helpful. Nice. Pair programming. Let's go. That's exciting. Move the whole view to the middle. It looks sick. All right. Hedaya, thank you. Looking great. Looking good. Zafir says not good. Nice. Nice, guys. You are best. Looking pretty good. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so now this whole thing is doing what it needs to do. And now we need to actually start doing stuff with this information, okay? So we're going to go down here to the email one, and we're going to add like 3 more props. And this is what they are. These 3 that I just added. So on change, handle change email. On blur, handle blur email. And values at email. So these 3 you're going to need to add. For password, we're going to need to do a very similar thing. Let's go here. Boom, boom. Very similar. All right. So now we're done with the password part. Now we just need to go to our pressable button and tell it, hey, when you, when somebody presses you, don't run this freaking code. Actually do handle submit. Okay. So handle submit is what we get from here, and it sends it over to the on submit. All right, there we go. So now if I hit save, if I type stuff in and I hit login, it doesn't work. If I type stuff in and hit login, it still doesn't work. If I type in a valid email and then I hit login, oh, I'll remove the form out of the way so you guys can see. And now when I hit login, so now it works. You see that? Because it was validating that this is greater than 8 characters, and it was validating that this is an email. For example, if I remove this @ and now I hit login, it actually won't do it because it's not validating right from the front end. Now when I do it, it will. So pretty freaking cool, right? So super, super freaking awesome. All right, now we just need to do a couple of more things. I need to give it a nice little style for validation, though. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? So let's make this button a dynamic button, and we're gonna do, you're gonna take in is valid. All right, and then you're gonna return me an object based on that. All right. Now, background color is basically going to go is valid. If it is valid, then I want you to give me the fully blue one. Otherwise, give me the lighter blue one. So let's go here. David, what's that color extension that shows all the hex colors? Is it like hex something? Color highlight? That's the one, right? Yes, sir. Beautiful. Let's install it. Let's go back. All right, there we go. Color highlight. Thank you for the comment. Nice. That's sick. So you guys can see what colors I'm giving it right here now. I thought I installed it. Like, why did it not install it globally? It's weird. Hey, Nazrul says, great work, brother. Worth not sleeping tonight. Hell yeah. Yes, disable the button if empty field by using disabled. So I'll show you how to use disabled properly. So this valid on the pressable component, right? We're actually going to pass it. I'm going to actually pass it a styling. I don't need to disable it because it will already be disabled from Formik itself. Okay. All I need to do is actually just pass it styling. That's all I need to do. Disabled, I don't need to worry about. On press. No, not on press. What am I doing? So for the style, what we're going to do is we're just going to say styles.button, but now it's a function, and we're going to give it is valid. And if it's valid, then it will be blue. Otherwise, it won't be blue. So let's make it not valid. So boom, it just becomes a lighter blue. But then as soon as it's valid, it's like that. Okay. And let's actually test disabled. I don't know the API of pressable, but I think it works. So there you go. Like, you can even pass it in disabled like that. Cool. So like, when it's disabled, it doesn't work. I hit login, login. It doesn't work. Then as soon as this is valid, well, the email is now not valid. There we go. So very nice way of doing it. And now let me actually see if we want to add in the email validator situation. It's pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool. We can do it. So let's go all the way to the top. And let's go to this view for the first text component. And what I want to do, here's what I want to do, okay? What I want to do is when a user doesn't type in anything, let's say the user just comes to this page. This should not, this should be as it is. But as soon as the user types, so basically, here's what I want. If there's a wrong input, the border should turn red. If it's an invalid input. If it's a valid input, the border should just become normal for both of these fields. So it creates a seamless experience for the user without having to say these like big error messages like, this is not valid, and like saying it right there. I just want the subtle red to show up. And as soon as you're correct, it just goes away. Also, if you don't type in anything, it should stay as it is. As soon as you start typing, it goes red. And as soon as it's valid, it goes away. Okay, so there's a couple of case scenarios we have to take care of. So now let's go ahead and style these input fields. And for style, I'm going to say style input field. Let's make it an array. So the first style should be whatever it is in here. And the second style should be the dynamic one. So this dynamic styling now will be based on the following. We'll say border color will be if values.email.length is less than 1. Then validator dot validate values.email. And if it's true, give me back just regular. Otherwise, give me back red. Okay. Wait, what the heck is it freaking out about? Oh, I have to give it an object. So let's put it in an object thing like that. All right, so this is an object, and this whole thing will resolve to either this or this. Okay. So now let's check it out. It turns red. And then let's see if it becomes valid. As soon as it becomes valid, notice guys, right? As soon as it becomes valid, it starts becoming unread. And at the same time, the blue button will start to kick in too. Like, that's pretty freaking nice. So there we go. That takes care of all the case scenarios, right? If it's less than 1, then do the thing. Yeah, so boom, we're good with this. And now we want to do a very similar thing with the next one as well. For the passwords, basically. Okay, so let's go to the password. And for the styling, we're going to do it very similarly. And the first one is going to be an input field. And then we're going to do this. If password length is in between, so this is a nice way of saying in between. It's kind of Pythonic. It almost looks like Python. But basically, this is saying if the password length is in between 1 and 6. Isn't that cool? That's kind of cool. Or if you want to be technical, it's 2 and 6. But like, yeah, 1 and 6, right? So I really, really like this because it's super clean. And if it's in between that, then, you know, give me blah, 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 or red. Okay. And as soon as, because if it's less than 1, it means the user hasn't started typing. If it's more than 6, it means that whatever the user has wrote is valid. Okay. And I'll make the minimum 6 here as well, because it should really be 6, not 8. So let's make that 6. And now let's come back here and type. So right now, see, you see nothing. But then when I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that is nice. Look at that. No red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, back to no red. Ah, so clean, right? So as soon as these errors go away, the button becomes blue at the bottom. And it's just so freaking clean. Like subtle little things. They make it look so good. Penelope says, for us beginners, this is like watching a magic show. That is the best compliment you can honestly give me, because my whole dream and what I share with my team as well is like, how can we make this so it feels like a magic show? That's like the best compliment you could have ever given me. That's awesome. Amazing. Okay. Great. So we are done with our login page, honestly. It's a heavy work that we had to do, but we're good with it. Like, this is a solid login. Why we went above and beyond, like when David and I were building this for you guys, is so you can keep reusing this in any new projects that you do, even years later. Because the code is so clean and it's built so well that you can keep reusing this exact way. Okay. Boom, boom. Now we're going to add a sign up screen. Okay. And the sign up screen is going to be honestly very, very similar in in terms of what we do. Okay. So sign up screen, I will literally paste it. There's not much to talk about, and don't want to waste too much time on it. So let's go screens, new file, and we'll do sign up screen.js. All right. So what's going on here? Look, it's very similar to the login screen, okay? You got the Instagram logo. You got a styles container. You have a logo container. All right. The logo has a height. We got the sign up form. We got all the stylings for the logo container and whatever. It's literally currently it's a replica of login. Sign up is literally a replica of login. The only difference is that it has maybe an extra field. Sheesh. Nice. Cool. Now let's go to our navigation. And here we're going to switch to sign up screen. So let's see that it hopefully takes us to the sign up screen. Let's refresh. Weird. It doesn't know about sign up screen. That's what it is. Cool. I learned something new. If your initial route doesn't match, it just gives you the first one from the stack. David, look at that. Learning new things. Hey. So we're going to do sign up screen. I'm going to go sign up screen. Man, my throat is so dry. Live streams are unhealthy. Okay, let's refresh. Boom, sign up screen is showing up. Beautiful. Okay, there we go. That's the sign up screen. Very simple, very easy. Pretty much the same styling and all that stuff everywhere. Okay, so we are good. We are good. So sign up screen is Gucci. Now we need to add the sign up form to the sign up screen. Okay. This is also going to be very, very similar. It's pretty much going to be a copy pasta. I'll just show you where the differences are. Again, it's very similar. So we'll make a new component. We'll make a new folder. This will be called like sign up screen. This will have a file inside of it that's going to say signupform.js. And now I'm just going to paste this. Okay. And let's just take a look at first what it is and what it looks like. So let's import now sign up form. It's importing it. None of these files exist. Uh-oh. Okay, wait, hold on. That's not what I meant to do. Just ignore me for a second, guys. Let's make this error go away. Okay. So I'm just going to paste it here like this. And I'll just explain like what each of these things is doing as we kind of go through this. Okay. So sign up form is going to have a sign up form schema, email, username, and password. Whereas the login form had a email and password. All right. So slightly different schema, but essentially very similar. Username should be a minimum of 2 characters. Password should be 6, should be required. And email should be an email and required. Okay. So similar stuff so far. All right. Okay. Again, I'm just going to bring this in. So once I bring it in, then I'm going to explain as I bring it in for you guys. Okay, so just give me a second here, guys. Just need a little bit of patience. And I will explain everything. Don't worry, I promise. I know it looks like, oh, so much, but it's not. It's copy-paste of the page that we just finished building. So okay, cool. And then I'm going to add in the styling as well, because the styling is going to be pretty much the same. Okay, cool. Now the sign up form, we just got to make sure it shows up. So let's go back to the sign up screen and let's make sure it shows up. So refresh. What's the error we're having right now? Invalid. Expected a string, but got an object. Free JavaScript builds. Yes. So sign up screen line 9. That shouldn't be the problem. Sign up form. Sign up form. Am I exporting it? Oh, I'm not exporting it. I'm an idiot. All right, so I'm gonna export it. David, you want to do it? Okay. Oh, you got it. Okay, my bad. You got it. You got it. So I just didn't export it. That's all. That's the problem. I don't know why the error wasn't just telling me that. The error was like, well, if you go to Best Buy and buy a TV, then you'll be all right. It's like, what? The error is I'm not exporting it. Like, tell me that. Laporta says it's a little overwhelming for a change into tech. So yeah, these ones are more advanced. I suggest if you're a complete beginner, watch the beginner tutorials of like us just doing JavaScript by itself. Like if you watch my JavaScript tutorial, that's made for complete beginners. I'll make a lot more stuff for complete beginners. This is just to show you like what you can do, what's possible. All right, so I'll explain this, guys, as we go along. But essentially the sign up form, right? So the schema is this. All right. And the schema essentially states this is how it needs to be. Okay. After that, we still have the wrapper, just like the login screen or just like the login form, right? Styles wrapper. Let's go back. We still have Formik. We still are taking initial values. The only difference is email, username, and password are the values. On submit, we're just console logging stuff. Validation schema is the one that we created up there. Validate on mount is still true. We're still doing this handle change, handle blur, blah, 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 getting all this stuff right there that we need. Right? The rest of it is very similar, guys. I don't even need to go over a lot of that. Okay? It's very, very similar. The only things are that now 3 fields have this validation. Right? So like, for example, this is red, this is red, this is red. That we need this. We have 3 text input fields now instead of 2. So the second one is the username one. Right? And the first one is the email one, which is the same as the login one. Okay. And yeah, we have a pressable button that does literally the same thing. All right. Except we probably just want to call it like sign up. And is sign up one word, David, or is it, do they write it as 2? Sign up, right? Probably 2 words. 2 words. Got it. Thank you. Cool. Already have an account. Log in. Dope. Okay. So now this looks good. Let's test if it works. I'll do Kazi at Clever. So sign up is disabled currently. We'll do usernames Clever Kazi. And password is 123456. Ah, there we go. So it works. It's, let's say my username is 2 characters. Or sorry, less than 2 characters. It has a problem with it. Hey, what's up, Nazare? Let's go. Keep at it. Hell yeah, bro. I'm gonna keep at it, dog. Just took over the whole screen. All right, cool. Boom, 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 boom. All right, guys, this is looking honestly phenomenal. It looks sexy. Make sure you have all these imports, but essentially a replica of login form. So we're good. Now we want to add navigation, guys. So we want to be able to navigate back and forth between these screens. For example, when I click the login button, it should navigate me back. All right, so let's go. Yo, what's up, boy? All right, so let's add that. Nas says I'm working on the YouTube clone. Get ready, guys. The YouTube clone is going to be sick. Give it up for Nas in the comments. Cool. So login form, sign up form is gonna, let's start it like this. Let's go here and we'll start the whole game with login screen. Let's go back. Let's go to login screen. All right. We're going to take in navigation. We're going to pass navigation to our login form. Navigation, just like this. Let's go to our login form. We're going to destructure navigation. And then we will all the way down here where it says sign up, right? We're going to say on press. Navigation dot dot push, and we're gonna say go to the sign up screen, just like this. So now let's refresh the app and let's hit login or sign up and watch what happens. It takes me to the sign up screen. So nice, right? But now when I hit login, I want to be able to come back. So let's go to our sign up form. Let's go to the same place. I'm actually gonna even copy the code, so we'll copy even that like space there. Nice little hack. Let's go and paste. And instead of push, we're just going to say dot go back. All right, let's refresh. Let's hit sign up and let's hit login. We have to destructure it from the sign up. So let's go to the sign up screen. Let's get it from here. Let's go navigation. There we go. Sign up form. Let's pass it. Let's go to sign up form. Let's destructure it. Now we have access to it. Let's hit login. Boom, we go back. Sign up, login, sign up, login, sign up, login. Nice. Beautiful. Zoom says, sheesh, can't wait for the YouTube clone. Awesome. Nuzrul says, please make more videos like these. Live videos are more engaging, I think. Thanks for even spelling my name. That name was my little fanboy moment. Yes, sir. We got you. We pay attention to that stuff, man. People have said our names incorrectly enough times. All right, cool. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but to me, it looks like the navigation is working. All right. And now, guys, now it's time for Firebase. Let's freaking do this thing. David is having the time of his life. All right, so for Firebase, y'all gotta go to firebase.google.com. Okay, and we're gonna go to console. We're going to create a new project. I'm going to call it React Native. What is this project, by the way, David? What am I doing here? What are we doing? Yo, let's go. Nas just dropped a $10 donation, and he says, let's kill it, bro. Tell us what clone should we build next. So let us know in the comments right now, guys, what clones you want to see next. We're on fire right now. All right. So what are we building? I'm just blanking. Oh yeah, Instagram. My bad, guys. I'm sorry. It happens to me sometimes. All right, there we go. Let's go Instagram, clone, YouTube live. Okay. I'm just going to put RN in the start to signify that it is okay, to signify that it is a React Native. I don't need any Google Analytics. You can choose to keep them on. Facebook. Penelope says, no way I'm missing the YouTube clone. I don't even care if it takes me a month. Gonna be epic. Yo, that's the spirit, Penelope. Let's go. Arthur, thank you so much for your suggestion. He goes RNFB Instagram clone. I appreciate that. Just saw it too late. Cool. All right, here we go. Web, RN, Instagram, clone, register app. This app is going to be sick, guys. The security on this is sick. Like, this is just so cool. TikTok clone. Yes, Amir. That's a genius idea, my friend. All right, guys. Now what I want you to do is grab this entire thing. Okay, just copy this entire thing. And we're good. Or actually, hold on. Copy that thing, and also let's do a few more things at the same time so we don't have to then come in here again to do them. Let's go into Firestore database and let's create our database. Let's go create database. Let's go test mode and hit next and enable. The only thing you have to know about test mode is that after like 30 days, it will disable your database. So that's the only thing you have to know. The iPhone mock-up on the right, Mark, is simply a simulator. It's the simulator that comes with Expo. So I didn't do anything. Expo was nice enough to do it for me. All right, so we got the database going, so that's good. The next thing we need to do is let's go into authentication. Let's hit get started. And the only authentication we need for this one is email and password. So let's click enable. And that's really it. So that should be good. All right, cool. Cool beans. All right, so let's create a Firebase JS. So I'm going to go new file. We're going to go firebase.js. And you know what the deal is. You know what to do. You're just going to copy pasta everything you got from there. Do a SaaS bootstrap. Nice. That's a good idea. Payment, push notification, user auth, content management. I like it. I like it. All right, cool. So now we just got to do a couple of things. So here's a snippet of code that's helpful. And what this will do is if there's an app, all this is doing is, can I write it on like separate lines so you guys can see it easier? If the app doesn't exist, initialize it. If it does exist, use it. Export default Firebase. Okay, and then from here, this is the old Firebase way of doing it. But I'll show you guys the new way at some point. But for now, this is all right. That's what your file should look like, okay, right now. So there we go. Oh, baby. At any point, if I can get tea or protein shakers. Awesome, thank you. Cool. Hey, that guy says, I'm from Scotland, land of the Loch Ness. Welcome. All right, so we're done with Firebase JS file. Okay. And then we just need to install a couple more things. So we're just going to install Firebase. So let's do expo install Firebase. This is a little hack, guys. Make sure you get this right. If you don't get this right, you're going to be crying and you'll be like, I didn't tell, Kaji didn't tell me. I'm telling you right now. I'm also zooming in, so David or somebody help. I'm going to forget to zoom out. So I'm going to hit enter. Expo install Firebase. Very important you do that. If you don't do that, you're going to run into weird errors, and you're going to have no idea why. Telegram clone. Nice. Sounds like a cool idea. Amazon mobile clone. That'll be fun. We need the WhatsApp clone. For real, for real. Hey, good news for you, my friend. Almost got that in the bag. All right, so Expo installed. So we've installed Firebase now. That's good. Now let's go into login form. And guys, watch how easy this is going to be. This is going to be really, really nice. So few things that we need to actually do. All right, we need to import Firebase from Firebase. Okay. I'm also going to get alert from React Native because I'm going to use it. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a function right underneath the schema, and it's going to be called onLogin. And it's going to be an async, and it's going to take an email and password. And here's what it's going to do. We're going to do try. We're going to do a try catch block. So catch an error. And I want you to just alert me with that error. Okay. And we're going to do, oh, wow. Thank you. Very nice. So await Firebase auth dot sign in with email and password. And then we're going to pass in the email and password. All right. That should log us in. And once that logs us in, we're just going to say console.log. Right. I'm just going to say Firebase login. Firebase login successful. Cool. And then we're going to pass in my email, and we're going to also just console log my email and password. Okay. Just for now. Oh, I should have tunneled this app, right, David? When we were demoing it. We're idiots. There's like so much we forgot to, like, there's so many features I forgot to highlight. Like, it's insane. Next time, let's write down a list of all of them. So like, I can't forget, because there's just so much functionality we added to it. What's up, Jong from Philippines? Big fan of Clever Programmer. Welcome, my friend. Nice to have you here. All right, here we go. So alert. Dope. Honestly, we might be pretty much done, actually. All we need to do is that on submit function. We just need to say, do this on login thing and give it values dot email and values dot password. So the on login function will now have access to the email and password. So let's try it now. Let's try logging, sign in with email and password. So this will sign in if there's already an existing account, I believe. So let's just give it a try. Actually, there are no existing accounts right now, right? So for example, if I go to Firebase that we started. Right, let's go here. Let's go to users. You can see there's no user right now. So I'll just add in a user. And I'll go Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com, and password will do 123456. So I'm just like hard coding, adding in a user. Cool. All right. So now if I sign in, it will say that that's correct. Okay, so let's give it a try. Let's refresh. And let's go Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com. Let's hit 123456, hit login. Hey, it says Firebase login successful. Look at that. You guys already working. Let's go 7. The password is invalid, or the user does not have a password. So notice, right? If I just type in a dummy password, that's wrong. The user is invalid. The password is not there, right? So that's how I did the alert. Now I'm going to show you guys something cool you can do with alert. So some of these parts, again, I'm going to go over them a little bit faster. Okay, and I'll show you that you can actually do this. So watch this now. Watch what happens if I put in the wrong password. It goes, Malode, the password is invalid, or the user does not have a password. What would you like to do next? And you should be able to hit sign up, and it should take you to the sign up screen, right? And you should be able to go back as well. So a fun little thing that you can actually do, or you can just hit OK and it goes away. So for example, how does my alert has this button and this button? something cool we figured out. So here's how it works. Alert is a function. The first thing it takes in is the actual message, right? So I'm giving it the actual message here. And so it's a function that's taking in multiple things. The first thing is the title. So that's the my lord part. The second thing is the actual message, which is right there. Okay. And then the third thing is the buttons that you're giving it, right? So for example, I'm saying, give me an OK button right there and style it with the cancel styling. So it has a slightly bold OK. I can give me the sign up button right there. This will have the default styling, so I don't need to ask you to do anything. And then when you do OK on press, all I want you to do is just print out OK and do nothing. And then when I hit sign up, I want you to navigation.push me to the home sign up screen. All right. So alert is pretty cool. You can do a lot with it. Okay. And we can do friendly error messages like that. And if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's correct. And if I hit login, I just get Firebase login successful. Okay. So our login is absolutely working like we want it to. Now we need to add these new users that are signed up to our own database. So let's go to our sign up form now. And we're going to do pretty similar stuff. All right. Inside of our sign up form, we're going to go const on sign up async email password. All right. And I want you to do try and then catch any errors. And for errors, I'm just going to do alert, and we're going to go fire here. And we're going to say my load. And then we're going to say here, error.message. Thank you. Let's go. We just got protein shake in the house. Thank you, baby. Zoom says this is mind-blowing. I love coding. I love programming. Big shout out to you, bro. This is awesome content. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. I haven't ate yet either. Damn. Wow. My calories. Cool. So we got our try. We got our catch. Inside of our try, we need to actually do a couple of things. We need to say await firebase.auth.create user with email and can we import Firebase actually, or is it not imported? So let's import it here. Let's go import Firebase from Firebase. So basically I'm saying go 2 folders back, import Firebase from there. Boom, done. Firebase dot auth, and we'll say create user with email and password, and then we pass it email and password. And then we will say password, okay? So Firebase user created successfully based on the email and password that was put in on the sign up page. And otherwise we just get an error. All right. Very simple. And now we just need to go to our handle submit guy right there and change all of this with simply on sign up. I want you to do values.email and values.password. Okay. Pretty simple. Sign up. Yep, perfect. Everything else is looking good to me. So let's go to our sign up page and let's see if it works. So let's hit sign up and let's go here and I will do Kazi +1 at cleverprogrammer.com. And I'll actually show you the user being added in real time because I think it'll be fun to see that. So just keep looking right over here on the left hand side. You'll see Kazi +1 being a user gets created. So I'll go clever Kazi 1 and then password is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll hit sign up Oh, error, of course. So let's figure out what the error is. Hold on. The user. Oh, no. I'm wrong. It did work. This page just doesn't refresh on the fly. So I actually have to hit refresh. Then it should work. There we go. I love how Firebase is not using their on snapshot listener. Come on, guys. Use your own stuff. So there we go. And now Kazi+1 at cleverprogrammer.com is showing up. I just created this user. Okay, perfect. So our sign up, guys, works. How freaking awesome is that? Our sign up is working. Our sign out, or we don't have sign out yet, but our sign up and our log in are both working. So we can create a user and we can log in with an existing user. So that's beautiful. James Morgan asks, what extension do you use for those slick autocompletes that you do, like with the Firebase function just now? That is GitHub Copilot. Like the crazy stuff that you guys see auto-completing on my screen, that's just ridiculous. That's like, what the hell? It's not because I had already typed in that line of code in this project. I had never written that line of code in this project. How it's actually being auto-completed is because of GitHub Copilot. It is ridiculous. It has access to millions of lines of code, millions of coding projects actually, and it's pulling the data from there and using that to predict what you're going to be writing next. Most of the times it's very accurate. It's my favorite extension, and I highly recommend everybody gets that. It's literally the best extension. Cool. So let's now move past this. And now we're going to add the new user to the Firestore. Yeah. So, yeah, we can do that. It's very easy. All right, let's go to Firebase now. Firebase.js that we created. And we're going to do const db is equal to firebase.firestore. All right, and now instead of doing default exports, we're just going to do Firebase and like that. Let's go back to sign up form, and let's actually go to login screen as well. Not login screen, I mean login form. And since it's a named export, you guys have to put it in these squigglies like this. Let's go to sign up, and let's also put this in squigglies like this. But now what we need is we need access to database. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. Whenever a new user signs up, here's what I want to have happen. So I just created a function. It's called getRandomProfilePicture. And what this function does is asynchronous. It goes to this API, and it just gets a random user. Okay, so let me actually just... let me move this like that. All right, so now it'll be easy for me to show you guys whenever I want to show you guys something. All right, so this random user API is basically this. So if I hit enter, if you go here, every time it just gives you a random user. So I'll refresh again and watch. I got Miss Darcy Korn. Refresh, right? I'll zoom in so it's very, very easy to see this. Let's refresh. So every time I'll get a different user when I refresh this, right? That's the point of random user. I'm using random user to get people's to just get a random profile photo for everybody that signs up. That's it. Okay. It's just a little hack for getting random photos for everybody that signs up. Get the data as a response and as a JSON response, and then just get the large picture. Okay. Cool. And then on sign up, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do, this is going to be const auth user. It's going to be await, blah, blah, blah. All right. And now I'm going to use this user. Okay. So let's go here and I'm going to say db.collection users dot add owner UID is going to be auth user.user.uid. Okay, we got username is going to be whatever the username username. David, this doesn't look right. We don't have access to username here, so this should actually not just be username. Oh, no, we're passing in the username from... Okay, got it. So basically on this here, guys, we need to actually do email password and values.username like this. Like that. Okay. And then this function should take in a username as well. And now that username is being passed in. Email is going to be auth user.user.email. Okay. And then profile picture, we're just going to say await get random profile picture. There we go. So what this is going to do is when the user signs up, it will add them to our own collection. So not just this right here, but in our own Firebase database is going to create a collection called user, is going to add them in there. Okay. So for example, now if we go and sign up, watch what happens. So I'll sign up as Kazi +2. And let's go clever Kazi 2 here. And I'll hit sign up. And it just worked. And let's go here. It didn't add it to the database. Interesting. No, it did. I just had to refresh it. So I have a users collection. Inside of it, I have a user. And that user has the following email, owner ID, profile picture, and password. So if I look at the profile picture now, it's this right here. So I'm apparently her. So this Instagram should be called Catfish Instagram. All right. That's what this Instagram should be called. Catfishing Instagram clone. All right. So now new user is being created. New user, when they get created, is assigned something random automatically. Very nice. Arthur says, would love to try Copilot, but I'm way too accommodated with Sublime and there's no support for it. Bro, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to just give up on Sublime. Like, Sublime is... It's nothing compared to where VS Code is at. You can have everything that Sublime has, but way better. So I would recommend to try to move. Try making the move. Penelope says, wow, now that's really awesome. Dope. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling, you guys. We're making really, really good progress. Let's keep going. Okay. Now let's add in Firebase auth and navigation. So what this means is, here's what it means. We want to be able to... This one is going to be a really cool one. Okay. And what we want to do is we want to wrap the entire app in navigation. Okay. And I'll show you how we do that. So let's go to navigation. Because right now, right, I can go as the user, I can go anywhere. So like, watch this. I'm currently not logged in, but I can, if I just change the route here to like home screen or something, I'll be allowed to go there if I refresh. So currently the app is not protected. So we basically need to do something like, almost imagine if I could do this, like if user is logged in, then they have access to... So if the user is logged in, right, then they have access to home screen and new post screen. Okay. And then what I want to do is if user is not logged in, then they should have access to what screens, guys? Clearly cannot have access to any of these, right? So then they, in that case, if user is not logged in, they should have actually access to these bottom login and sign up screen. All right. So these two are the logged in screens. And then these two are the logged out screens or the signed out screens. So let's build two separate stacks that resemble that. So this is a signed in stack, and now we're gonna do export const signed out stack. Okay, we're still gonna need to do this navigation and stuff like that, but here's the difference. Okay, so signed out stack by default will have you on the login screen, and it also won't have access to home screen and login screen. So if you're logged out, you literally will have a stack that doesn't even have access to those screens. So this is a very safe way of doing it. Okay. And from the signed in stack, we're going to remove the login screen. All right, dope. So we got two different stacks now. Signed in stack, signed out stack. Signed in has two screens and signed out has two screens here. Okay. I'm going to remove this export default line here, and we're just going to do export const signed in stack. Okay. Now we're going to create a new file. It'll be called auth navigation.js. All right. And this is what's going to happen in here. So, oh, sorry. Let's capitalize the auth. So let's rename it. And let's capitalize the A here. And let's right click here, rename symbol, and let's go auth navigation. Okay. And we're going to do const current. Let's actually start it off like this, okay? So I'm going to do return, and it's going to return the following. So watch how I'm going to do this. This is going to be really nice. So we're going to basically say if current user is basically logged in, then I want you to give me the signed in stack. Otherwise, give me the signed out stack. Let's import. So I imported signed in stack and signed out stack. Okay. Let's go to app.js, and what we want to do within app.js is we want to basically say auth navigation, and that's all we need. Okay, so now auth navigation is our main thing, which is going to dynamically determine which stack you see. Now in here we want to do a few things. So we want to use a use effect hook. All right. And inside of this use effect hook, basically what I'm going to say is I'm going to say firebase.auth on auth state changed user is user. Okay. And now we're going to create. So now here's a cool thing. So you guys might have seen where you guys do like const unsubscribe equals, and then you have to do like return unsubscribe. I'll show you guys a cool hack. So all you have to do is just return this. So you could also just do this. But what also you could do is you could just remove this squiggly and you should be good now, because it's an implicit return here. Okay. It shouldn't be use gesture handler. It should be user handler, and we're going to make this function. So right in here, we're going to say const current user set current user use state is null. All right. And then we're going to create a user handler. And what this is going to do is when you give it a user, it's going to check if that user exists, and if it does, it's going to just set that user. Otherwise, it's going to set the user to null. And that's essentially it. All right. So now this will wrap your entire app up. So on auth state changed is a listener, which will never stop listening. We're listening at the global level where the entire app is. So for example, it's kind of like what we're doing is here's our app. And then our Firebase listener is like right here, sandwiching that app. Okay. So that's our Firebase listener. And it's always listening at the global level. And if it sees, so let me make another visual right there. So basically this is the signed out stack. And the other one is, let's just call it the app stack or the signed in stack. So this will handle it. So if you're logged in, it'll send you here. If you're logged out, it will send you here. Yes. Shashank says, thank you for so many hacks. I'm noting everything from the start. You got it. Cool. All right, here we go. So everything is Gucci on auth state changed. I'll pass in the user. It'll send it to the user handler. The user handler just does, if the user exists, it sets it. Otherwise, it doesn't. So this should be good now, guys, honestly. The entire app is wrapped up inside of it. So like, let's refresh and let's see what happens. A current user is giving a problem. Why is that? Okay, I have weird imports happening. So let's do use state. Doesn't know this. Current user is still... okay, that's not true. It should be able to find current user. That's weird. Why can't it find current user? Current user is right there. Huh. Fresh. I'm just gonna shut off the app and start it again. Like, I would get if the error said something else, but like it's saying can't find variable. The variable is right there. Okay, that's a better error. So it's saying that auth navigation lowercase does not exist. So we're going to make this a capital auth navigation. Let's refresh now. Can't find variable use effect. Better error. Much better error. Just because we're not importing it. This effect. Can't find Firebase. Another good error. So let's go import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, now it's freaking out about... Oh, yeah. It's a named export now, so I have to do it like this. There we go. So it's detecting that I'm logged in, you guys, and it's serving me the signed in stack. That's what it's doing. This is exactly what we want. Now we want to add the ability to sign out so we can actually see this in action. So I'm going to go to header.js. And inside of header, we're going to import Firebase. So we're going to do Firebase from Firebase. This header is this guy right here, guys. And I'm just trying to make that Instagram button become a log out button. So we're gonna create a function that I'm just gonna put right here at the top here, and we're just gonna say const handle sign out, and we're gonna say Firebase dot auth dot sign out dot then, and yeah, I mean, we could also do await and try catch this. So we could do it like async if we want to be consistent with everything that we were doing. So we could wrap this in a try catch. Try catch. There we go. There we go. So we got handle sign out. Try this. And if it works, then we'll just go console.log signed out successfully. All right. Seems pretty straightforward, right? Otherwise, show the error that happened. And now this handle sign out, we just want to give it right here. So we're going to say on press. We can just say handle sign out. Cool. And now let's refresh. And I'll click Instagram logo and it should sign me out. There we go, guys. It just signed us out. Hey, nice. So we got sign in and sign out functionality working completely normally. There we go. So we just signed in. So there you go, guys. Our login and user authentication is getting pretty on freaking point. All right. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, another thing that we want to do, guys, is we want to make some Firebase rules. And basically with these Firebase rules, what we want to do is this. So let's go here. Let's go to rules. And here's what we want to do, okay? So I'll paste these rules right here. I don't want to go too much into the rules, but all that's happening is this. I'm creating a function which is called user is authenticated, and it just returns this. So if the user is authenticated, it just checks that the user is authenticated. If they are not, it will return false. If the user is authenticated, it will return true. So think about it like it's just a true or false. All right. And there's a playground here too, which is pretty cool. So like if I go playground, you'll be able to like get specific resources, right? So for example, I can go get me all the users document and I hit run and it tells me like why it didn't work. It says, because I'm not authenticated, so it did not work. See, authentication is false. But if I go here and I click authenticated, and instead of Google, we do password, and I hit run. Now, look at that. It actually says that I'm actually authenticated. So this is looking through the users collection inside of your database. That's exactly what you want. Then later, you want to be able to also test posts like this too. All right. So these rules work. And now, because they work, I'm going to publish them. Beautiful. I just read your message, David. So that was just a little bit behind the scenes of how some extra Firebase rules and ninja skills that you guys can acquire, okay? Now we need to be reading these posts from the home screen. So let's go to the home screen and let's read these posts now. And we're gonna read these posts kind of right at the top here. And I'm just gonna wrap in a use effect hook, and we'll simply say this. Okay, and we're gonna do db.collection group posts dot on snapshot. There. Okay, and only run as soon as the thing starts, and that's it. Don't run any more times. Okay, so this collection group thing, let's import use effect, by the way. Okay, and we also need access to DB, so let's go import DB from Firebase. Okay, now you might be wondering, what is this collection group thing? So here's what I want you guys to understand, okay? Boris Lazarevsky says, great and amazing work. Hats off. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Seriously, thank you. James Short says, amazing clone to watch. Thank you guys. These comments are so freaking helpful. It just keeps you going, right? Because we're already going for what, almost 5 hours now, and we're still going strong. And it's this energy that keeps us up. So thank you guys. Now, collection group, what's actually happening here with this collection stuff is I'll show you. So post is not going to be a thing on its own. Post is going to be a sub-collection of users. Because remember, only users can have posts, not the other way around. So what we're going to have, it's going to look like this. Like that. All right. So one specific user, like Kazi +2 at cleverprogrammer.com, is one specific user that is going to have a collection of posts that he is the owner of. All right. And then these posts are going to have things like, you know, caption and hello, crushing the build. Let's go. There we go. Okay. And I'll hit add. They'll have other things like, I mean, actually, let's just look at the data structure that we have for our fake post database that we made earlier. So let's go to data. Let's go to posts. And it's going to have image URL, a user, right? So it's going to have a image URL as well. So that'll look like this. Image URL. That'll look like this. Okay. It'll have a user, right? And who's the user? It'll have like the email of the user, for example. So there's a bunch of stuff that's going to be in there, and I'll show you guys how we're going to be doing this. But overall, the data structure is users. It has sub-collection of posts. And what if you have multiple users, right? So for example, let's say I have another user here whose email is Kazi at cleverprogrammer.com. Right? And that user is going to have his own posts. So how do we show all of the posts within every sub-collection? Okay, and David, you should actually make this a clip as well. How to show sub-collection, you know? And so it's like, how do I loop through and get every single post? Well, instead of doing it like I'm going to go inside of this, and I'm going to go inside of this, and I'm going to go inside of the post, you don't do it like that. You just do a collection group, and Firebase itself knows how to go inside of each single user and get all of their posts and then give it to you. And so the hack that we're going to do is collection group. That's the freaking nice thing. Okay. That's how we do it. Cool. There we go. So dot collection, dot groups. And then just read me the data and show it out loud. And guys, take a look at this. I'm already getting all the posts. Like literally we just made this post and I'm already getting it, right? Crushing the build. Let's go. If I update this right now, it'll update too. So for example, we'll make post collection for this user as well. We'll do posts, right? And we will say caption is post 2 from different user. And image URL is, I don't know, whatever, this. So now the second user has posts as well. And now let's see if they're being read. Look at that. Posts from, post 2 from different user. Look, right? Crushing the build. Let's go. So that's very, very nice, right? It's already working. Okay, great. It seems like we're already able to read the data. It's very, very good. Now let's go back to the sign up, and I just want to change something with the sign up. So here, instead of .add, what I actually want to do is I want to do .set, and I want to do .doc. Okay, and for doc, I want to give it auth user.user.email. So all that means is instead of these users having these random IDs, or document IDs, their document ID is going to be their email. Because I'm assuming everybody can only have one email, right? That's safe to assume. Cool. So this is when you want to yourself generate a document ID. And this will make things easier for us later on. We'll just be able to say, get me the user with this email, and it'll know who we're talking about. Initial values. Here we go. On submit. All right. That's all good. It's all good right there. Okay. That should be good. So like, let's just test it and let's, yo, Fadil Sahir says, I just joined now. This is awesome. Let's go. Yo, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. Let's sign out. Let's create a new user. And we'll go Kazi +2 at Clever. Or actually, let's go +3. We'll go Clever Kazi 3. And password 1234556. I'll sign up. All right. And notice that we just got a new user with the doc ID that we gave it. Okay. Other than that, nothing changed. So whenever you want to assign your own doc IDs, just use .doc and then .set. It's really nice. All right, now we're going to be able to add new posts to the user. This is where like the backend stuff is going to become heavy. I'm going to try to go through it a little bit fast. And I hope that you guys will be able to keep up with me, okay? Or you guys will. I believe in you guys. Let's go to Formik post uploader. So now we want to be able to actually upload the post that we made. Let's go use effect. And we're also going to need to import database here and Firebase from Firebase. Okay. And now we want to be able to do the following. Okay. So we're going to have a current logged in user, and we're going to set the current logged in user. And I'm going to get the username in just a second, okay? I'll show you how I'm going to do that. So we're going to do const get username. Whoa. All right, so let's do it like this. Going full on Nas mode right now. Const user. We already have the DB, so I don't need to get the DB. Const unsubscribe. Unsubscribe. DB.collection. This does not look right to me. DB.doc. This is a bad way of doing it, David. We should do it like... Is there a db.doc? Whatever, that's fine. So this is a hideous way of doing it, guys. Don't do it like this. Just get the specific document you're looking for. But basically, this is what I'm talking about, David. I'll show you the code in Slack. So take a look at this, right? So this is like really stupid code because you should just be able to give like the specific doc ID and get your specific user. See if you can convert it into that and send it over. Because it'll be much nicer for everybody to view that than what I'm about the gibberish that I'm about to show everybody. It's not that. I mean, this is a way. No, David. I just mean like. Look, I'm getting one user here, and I'm getting just that user's username. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay, David. I'll figure it out. Where's David? David is on, sitting on Skype with me. He's just not, like, right there. So, like, I can show you guys David. Here's David. Look. Say hi, David. There we go. All right, we're going to send him back to where he came from.
What's up, boy?
He just said, what's up? We're going to send him back to his Hungarian cave. Where owner ID is equal to user.uid. Okay. This is... I'm so sorry, guys. This is terrible. This is such a complicated way of getting your username. There's much better way of doing this. I hope David figures it out for us, but it seems like he's lost right now. On snapshot. Snapshot. Oh my god, this is... It's like overkill. But it's okay. That's what works. Your challenge will be to figure out how to make it less clunky. All right, like that. Where am I closing? What's happening here? There we go. It's like complaining. Okay, set current logged in user to... Username is going to be doc.data.username. And then profile picture doc.data.profile picture. People are laughing. Well, David is in the back end. David. Yeah, David is in the back end. That's right. David is the back end. All right, this should get us the username, and then at the end of all of this, guys, we're just going to return unsubscribe. All right, there we go. Okay, we'll do a use effect hook. Okay, that'll get the username. This is just like to get the username of the person who's logged in right now. All right, and now upload post to Firebase, right? So this is now going to be the interesting part. And here's what we're going to do for this. We're just going to say unsubscribe, subscribe. Okay. db.collection. And we're going to say get me users. And then we're going to go get the doc. Firebase .auth .current user .email. Beautiful. .collection posts, and then we're going to add the new post. Okay, so here we're going to go .add, and then we're going to give it the post object. It's going to be a bunch of things. I'll just write it over here so you guys can see it. But here's what we're doing. To add the post, get the current user. This will get the current user. Okay. Get the collections of that user. Get the posts of that user. So for example, this will get Kazi. Okay. For example, users, give it the email. This will get me Kazi and all the document inside here. Okay. And then when we do .collection posts, it's going to get us the children, the posts that Kazi has. So if I go here, this collection right there. Okay. And then we're going to add the post. And here's what the post is going to take. The post is going to take an image. It's going to take in the current logged in user's username. It's going to take in the profile picture of the current logged in user's profile picture. It's going to take in the ID of who the owner of this post is. Yes. Caption created at, and it's going to put a timestamp for when it was created. And since it's a brand new post, it's obviously going to have 0 likes. Okay. And the data structure that we're choosing to use, that's going to be the interesting thing. So likes by users will store every user's unique email. And then to get how many likes we have, we just count the length of that array. And we're good. All right. That's how we're going to do it. And after all of this is done, we want to chain it with, once this is successfully done, I want you to just go back. So basically go back to the home screen. Okay. Now we are going to need access to navigation, I believe. But Formik Post Uploader already has access to it, so that's good. Okay, cool. So we're getting the username. We're adding the post to the database. And now let's go here. We're going to remove all of this. And we're just going to say upload post to Firebase, just like this. And we're going to give it values, image URL, and values.caption. Those are the two things. And upload knows what to do with it. And then simply we're going to return unsubscribe. Okay. Who said just breathe? Just breathe. Who's there? Actually, thank you. That's a good reminder. Kazi Gaming. Yes, please stop spamming or you will be spammed from this account. All right. So this looks good to me, honestly. If this looks good to you guys, then we should be good to go. So let's try adding a post and let's see if it actually adds it. So I'm going to hit this plus sign. I don't even know who I'm logged in as yet. And we will go, whoopsie daisy, you are a little crazy. And we will give it a JPEG. And I will hit share. And did it work? I don't know yet, guys. Let's go to our database. Just look for whoopsie daisy. I'm a little crazy. Nope. Kazi +3. Posts. This. Whoopsie daisy. You're a little crazy. Yo, let's go. Created at. So we got the timestamp for exactly when it was created. It has no comments right now. Here's the image URL. Likes by users. Yo, let's go. That was sick, you guys. That was sick. You did it. You're brilliant. I believe in you. You can do anything you put your mind to. All right. Let's keep on going. Hey. Somebody said have some coffee. I haven't had coffee in actually over 100 days. Almost 100 days at this point. I'm going sober from coffee for a little bit and just seeing what it does. And so far, I'm liking it. So I'm going to keep it that way. All right, now we're adding the stuff to the database now. But what we do need to do is read this info from the database, you guys. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let's pull the posts from the database. All right, so we're gonna import useState here on the home screen. State, okay. And here's what we're gonna do, you guys. What is it complaining about? Can't find variable use effect. Ah, there we go. Hydrate. What is happening, you guys? Am I thirsty? Am I tired? People are telling me I need to drink coffee. I need to drink water. Like, is there something wrong with my voice? Is there something wrong with my face? I mean, I'll hydrate. Thank you. Jesus. All right. I will drink. I'm sorry. So here's what we want to do. Look at how easy this transition is going to be, you guys. This post is already an array of objects, which looks exactly like our Firebase structure. Once we replace this variable post here with our Firebase posts, everything will work like freaking magic. That's going to be very, very nice, you guys. It's going to be very nice. So let's go ahead and work on that. Okay, we're going to do const posts, set posts. I'm going to go use state, and it's going to be an empty array. Because in the start, I want you to start off with an empty array. Okay? And now instead of console logging this bad boy right here, instead, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go set posts. Done. That's it. That's freaking it. And the last bit, change this post from capital post to tiny post, just like that. And we should have everything breaking. So that's great, you guys. Undefined is not an object. So let's go to where we did this. Let's go to posts. Not posts, my bad. Let's go to post.js. Let's go to line, what is it saying? 121. Let's go to line 121. And I'm just going to hit a question mark right there. And let's put a question mark right there. I mean, if I don't have posts, it shouldn't even like go any deeper, to be honest. Hold on. Posts.comments is not... What? Okay, how about this? I'm going to remove this set post from here, and let's just see what happens. What happens if I give you an empty array? If I give you an empty array, it seems like my code works fine. Undefined is not an object. Evaluating posts.likes.toLocal. Okay. Now we're getting a different type of error. Post.comments.map. I'm just going to start putting in question marks everywhere. And hopefully something should fix it. And David, maybe I could use your help here. Just like a little bug that I don't think is like that important to solve. Post.likes. Okay, I have... Oh, because some of the... Okay, got it. Because some posts I have don't have likes in there. So let's go ahead and delete the other posts, guys. Let's delete all the other posts because they're going to cause an error. So we're just going to delete posts. Let's go to our other user as well and just like delete posts. That's what's causing the error. No, duh. Because it doesn't even have comments right here. That's why we're getting errors. So you're going to... No, don't delete collections. We're going to just delete this. Delete... hope I'm deleting the right thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let's remove these question marks. We don't need a billion question marks. That's kind of annoying. Looks ugly. There we go. Is this really that annoying for you guys? The font style? I mean, I guess if you guys don't like the italics, let me know in the comments. I'll just keep going. All right, so there we go, guys. Now our post is showing up. I have a picture of a random user assigned to me when I was created. So you can see that photo is right there. And yeah, this looks good. I am able to now make posts as well. Other things, guys, I did not explain that I probably should have explained a little bit better is if I go into rules, just know that these rules basically say the following. If I'm trying to write to the user's collection, I must be authenticated and logged in. If I'm not authenticated or logged in, I should not be able to read or write to the user's collection. This rule over here says to the sub-collection posts, I should not be able to read or write unless I am authenticated. All right. So even if somehow you got to be able to make a post, you cannot make it if you're not logged in. All right, this is just like extra layers of security. Yeah, I like this style, guys. I'm not going to change it. I actually enjoy coding in this. It's fun for me. Q&A will be at the end, so I got you with that. Don't worry. All right, so now my posts are showing up. David, if you want to make some posts, that would be cool from Firebase. You can make them, or you can make a new user and make wait, do you have access to my stuff? Oh, I'll have to tunnel. No, I don't have to tunnel it. You can see it, right? You're already here. So you can make them from Firebase or from here, whatever you want. Make them from here because then you'll have an actual user. So up to you. Hey, what are you doing? Breaking my code. Read and write access. You don't need... Don't know. Forget about forget about Firebase, David. Just make posts from here. Oh, but you won't be able to see anything. Never mind. It's all good. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. All right, let's go to Formik post uploader, you guys. And one thing we do want to change, which can cause bugs later. Let's go to Formik post uploader, and for user here, we're gonna say username instead of user. All right. Just to be consistent with how we had everything. Is that actually necessary? I'm sorry. Actually, I don't think it's necessary right now. So I'm not going to tell you guys to do that because it might throw you off later. Okay. So just, just leave it as user because you're going to have to change it in multiple other places. And I think for now we're fine. So now let's go to our stories component. Guys, we're almost coming to the end, right? Like, look at how much functionality we've already added into this. Like, it's crazy. We can log in. We can log out. We have a home screen. We can create a new post. We have the bottom tabs working. I mean, this is a huge application right now. Let's just fix this bug in stories. So instead of slice of 10, let's give a style. What is this bug I'm talking about? Like, look at the difference between Shikishaw and Naz Demansky. They have a big gap, whereas me and my brother's post have like a small gap. So I'm just gonna give it a 6 here. And then margin left, we're going to increase it to like 18. There we go. So now that looks more like regular stories. So that should fix the error. Beautiful. All right, guys. Now, what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to like and unlike posts. And then after that, I'll open up this app to you guys so you guys can use it, which usually is a terrible idea, but hopefully you guys will be nice. David, I got an idea. Maybe from Firebase, if you see any posts that are not right, you can just delete them. Or just ban those users. All right, cool. So here we go, guys. Let's go to Formik post uploader again. And one thing I want to do here is let's give the post an email. So we're going to say owner email. We're going to say firebase.auth.currentuser.email. Like this. Put a comma right there. And we don't need this likes anymore because likes will be coming straight from likes by users who liked it, for example. Penelope says, have to love and leave you all. Power goes on 15 minutes. Can't wait to try this clone. So cool to see a super pro get excited about the little wins also. Hey, thank you, Penelope. I appreciate it. And if you can stay for the demo, that'd be awesome. I'd love to have you. So here it says, good job, man. You're king. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Why didn't I use PostgreSQL? Because I don't want to mess around with networking and sockets and spend hours writing a database. And I want to have like stuff in real time. With Postgres, you won't have real time. Okay, so now we want to give users the ability to like and unlike posts. Man, that's going to be a massive one, actually. All right, let's go to post.likes. Okay, let's go to post. And right inside of posts, where we have likes, okay, so inside of likes, instead of post.likes, what we're going to say is post.likes by users likes by users dot length, and put that length into locale string and turn that into likes. Okay, so here's what that means. You guys currently see that this has 0 likes right now, right? Now watch what happens. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go inside of the post, and that post, now I'm gonna give it a field, and we're gonna just say Kazi at Clever Programmer. Like that. And let's also add another one. And this time, let's make this. So now let's say this post is liked by David and Kazi. Let's go back, and you'll see that that post now has 2 likes. It's being pulled from the database. Okay. Now let's go to post footer. Post footer component right here. I should put opacity on press. Okay. So post footer is going to take in a handle like function. Take in post as well. Where is this getting post information right now? Post footer, interesting. So let's give it those things from the top here. So post footer, let's give it post equals post. And then we're going to give it handle like will be handle like. So now it's going to break because it doesn't know what handle like is. So right underneath post, we're going to create a function called const handle like. They'll know how to handle a like, and this is how it'll work. So it will get the current like status, and here's what we're going to do. Okay. So basically what this not means here, why we're putting that not, is basically like every time you click it, it will alternate the status. Okay. So that's why you're saying it's not what it currently is. So if it's true and you click it on the handle like, it'll turn it to true. If it's true already, if it's filled up already and you click it, it will turn it to false. If it's false and you click it, it'll turn it to true. Okay. So it's basically saying, like, look for this post likes by users and see if the current user's email is in there. And then just, if it is, then make it false. If it isn't, then make it true. So nice little hack there. And then we're going to do db collection users .doc post .owner email. We're going to do .collection posts. And then we're going to do .doc get the post ID. We'll do update. We'll update that existing post, and we're going to say likes. We're going to update the specific field, which is called likes by users. And we're going to say if the current like status is true, then add it to the database. And we're basically going to say firebase.firestore field value .array union. And what this is allowing us to do is it's to write this to the database. And we're just going to pass in that user's email. Current user.email. All right. So do that. Otherwise, what we want you to do is, wow. Copilot is so sick. So here's what we're saying. The likes by users field. If I just liked it and the current like status is that I hearted it, then add it to the database. That's all. Add it to that specific array. Okay, so this array add it to this array. It's basically equivalent to dot push. This Firestore.fieldValue.array union is like equivalent to dot push. All right. And add the user's email. Otherwise, remove the user's email from the array. Cool. So now we have made this. Let's get access to our databases now in Firebase. So import, we're going to say Firebase, comma, DB from Firebase. Like this. We do need access to use state and use effect. Okay. So handle like is looking good to me. And then all we want to do is if it works, then we want to say dot then. We would just want to add like a dot then statement here. And so what that will basically look like is the following. It'll just be this. Okay, so if it works, then say document successfully updated. Otherwise, say error updating document. And show me the error. Okay. Post footer, I'm going to pass it in my post and handle like. And then inside of my post footer, we're now going to do a bunch of stuff. So right underneath this left container, this 0 right here, this is the heart icon. And we want to do stuff with this heart icon. So to make it a lot simpler, actually, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to replace it with an image. I'm just going to say image style, and I'm going to say styles.footer icon. And I'm just going to say source is going to be URI. And then we can just go icons of 0 dot image URL. Sorry, my bad. Post footer icons. Cool. So right now we didn't really change anything, but all I did is I made it a image. Okay, and I'll show you why I made it an image so I can like do more stuff to this. So I'm gonna wrap it in a touchable opacity. Let's wrap this in a touchable opacity. There's like a war going on about the fonts. I love it. Thank you, Penelope, for the defense. I appreciate it. All right, so touchable opacity, we're basically going to say on press, call my handle like function, and handle like and give it the post. Okay. And then my handle like function will know what to do with it. So let's click this button and let's watch what happens. I'm getting an error. Evaluating Firebase. Let's refresh. So the error is probably coming from handle like. Because I think in my because I don't have an owner email, I believe. So we're going to give this post an owner email. So let's go owner email. Kazi +3. There we go. So now let's hit the heart button. Okay, it's still giving an error. So let's see what the error is. Firebase auth current. Misspelled current. There we go. No document to update. I need to get the post. So let's do this. Let's go to home screen. And here's what we're going to do. I figured it out. First of all, we need to order these by the most recent post, because right now it's not ordered by the most recent posts. Okay, so we're going to do dot order by, and we're going to do created at descending dot on snapshot set post, and then there's this other hack that we're going to do. So for doc, what we're going to do is we're going to say the following: return. So first of all, it's an implicit return. This is important, okay? This is a very common place where people get tripped up. But what I'm returning is an object. All right, and this object will basically be, for ID, give me doc.data. Sorry. For ID, give me doc.id, and then just destructure the data. There we go. So now what I'm doing is for each of the posts, I'm getting their ID. That's the most important part. So for each post, get its ID. So this is essentially like post.id. Okay. I can even make it simpler by just changing this here with post.id and then like post.data. All right. And now we're passing that down through set posts and post right here. Now we have access to that ID. So now when we go inside of post, we have access to the post ID, and we won't have like that weird error happening that we were having. What's the error happening now? So the query requires a collection group. You guys can see. So here's a cool little thing I'll show you guys. Whenever that happens, because what I'm doing is the problem we're having is it's saying, hey, it's a collection group and you're trying to do order by. Hey, buddy, you're trying to do too many things. You need to create an index for it. So look at this. Just command click it. And Firebase is so smart. It already knows what you needed to create. So this is what it's saying. Add an exemption, post, created ad, collection group, descending. Just hit save. Now, for whatever reason, this takes a really long time to work. So what I'm going to do temporarily is I'm just going to remove this order by for now. Then we'll bring that back in. So David, if I forget, just remind me. I will hit the heart sign. And look at that, you guys. The like just went up from 2 to 3. Look at that. 2 to 3. And if I go to the database, likes by users, right? So watch this. If I bring this here, watch what happens when I click the heart. It takes it out to the database. Click the heart again, adds to the database. So it's completely working, you guys. But now all we need to do is just make the heart turn red when it's clicked or when it's not clicked. All right, so let's just make the heart turn red now. Welcome, welcome everybody who's here. All right, let's just take a look if my... So this, see guys, it's still loading. Like this takes minutes. It takes like 5 minutes or something. It's crazy. I don't know why it's that slow. It's so weird. Now we just need to do the UI part, and the UI part is pretty simple, okay? So let's go back to post, and let's just make sure that the heart shows red. And so all we need to update there is the image source, okay? So let's go get the 0th image, post footer icon 0, which is the heart icon, right? And all we need to do here is basically add a conditional, and we need to say, hey, if post.likes by users dot includes Firebase dot auth dot current user dot email, if this is the case, then what I want you to do is give me icons, or sorry, post footer icons of 0 dot liked image URL. Otherwise, just give me the regular image URL like that. Okay. So basically, if I've already liked it, give me the liked image. Otherwise, give me the non-liked image. And let's give it a try now. Hey, look at that. The red, every time I heart it, it shows up, you guys. So that is absolutely brilliant. We are doing a great job here. And that's it, you guys. That is it. We are done with the Firebase build. So I hope that you enjoyed, or the React Native clone, Instagram clone with React Native. We're pretty much freaking done, you guys. Now all we want to do is we just want to open it up to you, and hopefully you guys get to jump in and enjoy this with us. Okay, there's tons of functionality that we added, and let's take a look. We want you guys to be able to use this. Okay, just make sure that you guys can add in your JPEG images and things like that. You can log in and log out, create a user account. So I'll see, hopefully, if we can get this to work. So here are the rules. If you want to add a post, you go here to the image, right click and paste whatever URL you have, or just type in a URL. You will have to type in a full URL or right click and paste. All right, like this. That's how it gets the image. And then you have to hit share. Okay, that's how that works. And guys, if you're allowed on here, just please be, this video, we want it to be kid friendly so anybody can watch it. So please just be appropriate. Don't write anything inappropriate. Remember, we have access to your email address and all of that. So just, there's no reason to do anything weird. And I'm going to open up the demo to you guys, and crazy, all the disclaimers. But all right, all good. Here we go. Let's test it out now. Watch it break live. All right, guys, so I'm just creating a tunnel. Tunnel looks to be ready. So hopefully it doesn't break, but you guys should be able to scan that at the bottom. All right. You guys should be able to scan that code. Make sure you have Expo Go installed, by the way, because if you don't have Expo Go installed, you won't be able to use it. And just pull out your phone, aim it at the code, and click it, and it should log you in, or it should bring you to the sign up page, hopefully. So it brings me to the sign up page. Go to the sign up page and make an account. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave this here so you guys can keep scanning if you want to. Just leave this here. And then we're going to go right here. And I'll bring this so we can all see the database stuff too. So we just got a new user, Nazari at 1995@gmail.com. Nazari just came in. He was assigned a ID. Nazari soon will have a post show up in here. Hey, we just got Jonathan in the house. Let's go. Nice. Enjoy this, you guys. If you're watching this recorded, you won't be able to do this. I'm sorry. This is only for live. Because I have created a tunnel which is like temporary. So like you guys can like this post as well. So like once you guys all log in and you start liking this post, so I can see Jonathan just logged in. I can see a bunch of people just logging in right now. But another person logged in. We have another person. Beautiful. Look at that. AD Arista just joined. Look at that. Nice, guys. You are the best. Thank you. I appreciate your love. Switch to mobile. Beautiful. AD Arista just said lol. I'll like your post. Here we go. Let's like your post. Boom. Done. Hey, my post has 6 likes. Let's go. Hey, is my index thing up yet? It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. So let me see if I can actually just do that on the fly. Guys, everything is going to break because I'm going to change the code on the fly. So let's see if it breaks. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. All posts should now be ordered by the most recent. Okay, there we go. Hey, here we go. Hey, this is so cool. I'm seeing all of you guys log in. You guys are liking the post. If you log out, it'll still remember if you like the post or not. I just liked your post, by the way. Clever 2020. Nice. We're getting a bunch of people coming in. Welcome, welcome, everybody. This is the best app, Sean Muka says. Thank you. Look, 5 likes. Nice. Somebody has 5 likes. Let's see who ends up with the most likes. Penelope says, this is insane. Thank you, Penelope. Much appreciated. Yo-Yos. Nice. Yo-Yos just commented. And look at that, guys. Yo-Yos has a face, right? The random photo that's there. So everybody should have a random face. This is so cool. Got all these users coming in. Nice. Remember to make a post, just hit that plus sign. Put in your URL, write a caption, and boom, you're good. Ahmed says, no, the app is the best. You are the best. Thank you, Ahmed. Much appreciated, brother. Much appreciated. Hardit says, nice. Yes, let's go. There we go. Jonathan. Beautiful. Dasim. Got your username right there. We have more people coming in. Alien Bicali. Wow, you're still here, Kazi. You are the best with the best app. Thank you. Appreciate it. Much love. Guys, if you're enjoying this and you think this is freaking cool, go ahead, smash that like button. All right, break that thing. Break that freaking like button. I'm just going to hit refresh again. Oh shit, let's go. Nas just posted a photo. Nice. Who saw that? Let's like everybody. Let's blow up Nas's photo. Let's like that thing. Woo! He goes, you killed it, bro. Thank you. Yo, that is so cool. Hey, let's go. Test. Here we go. Let's blow up everybody. Arthur says, nice job. Thank you. Yes, 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 yes. Just look at how much we got accomplished, you guys. This is wild. This is crazy. You can log in, log out, user authentication. This page right here. All the bottom tabs are looking good. Yabani says this is sick. Let's go, Yabani. Nice photo, Yabani. Hey. Wow. Man, this is exciting. You guys are blowing this app up. This app is like famous. Thanks to you guys. Yo, we blew up Naz's post. It's at 9 likes. My post is at 12 likes. Let's go. The first one. The catfish one. Hey, somebody just posted an office photo. What's up, Elian Bacali? Elian Bacali says bad code. Nice. Wow, it's super dynamic. Ballin' hard. This is the end grok tunnel. Yes, 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 yes. Full stack React Native in one live. Yes, let's go. Matham just gave a donation. Thank you so much. Matham says, thumbs up. Thank you, Matham. Much love, much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Elian is like, yo, fire. Hey, let's go. Guys, dedication pays off. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Tell your friends about it. Tell people you enjoyed it, you know. Get us more watch time. Play this video while you're sleeping. It'll really help the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is screwing us over a little bit. So smash that like button, subscribe, get this video out to as many people as possible. Let's crush it. Okay. And again, guys, if you want to get the best JavaScript course on the planet and have an amazing community behind you, come on, you gotta check out PWJ. It's the best course, hands down. All the skills you were seeing me fly through here, they're broken down in so much detail. You guys can go in here and sign up. All right, this course is absolutely amazing. You have a community. We teach you how to actually make money with JavaScript. You have incredible training, the best community, live coaching calls, right? You build amazing projects. You'll learn Node, React, MongoDB Express, Redux. And then you got the best instructors in the game, right? And then we just have amazing results. People went through the course, landed a 6-figure job. Another person, Jen here, landed a $96,000 job. Somebody landed a $110,000 contract. And the list just goes on. So if you guys are interested, go ahead and sign up for Profit with JavaScript. It is absolutely incredible. All right. Good job, bro. I just loved it. All the best, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much. Much love, you guys. Seriously. So at this point, I hope you guys enjoyed it. The link is in the description below if you want to get our free training that shows you how to become a developer in 90 days. If you guys want to join the challenge, this challenge here specifically, make sure you join it, okay? Just go to cleverprogrammer.com/Instagram, and we're giving away $1,000 to the people that win this challenge, okay? So what does this challenge mean? Essentially, you're going to take what I've built here, and then you're going to add your own custom twists and things on top of it, all right? That's what this challenge includes. So if you go ahead and do that, and you're the person who modifies and customizes this Instagram clone the best, maybe you add in a light theme. Maybe you add in, like, I don't know, Stripe functionality. Or maybe you add in Reels, right? If you add in Reels, if you add in Explore page, a profile page. If you win, you're going to get a bunch of money. First place gets $600, second place gets $300, and third place gets $100. So join it. It's completely free to join. Just go to this link here, cleverprogrammer.com/Instagram, put in your name and email, and you'll be good to go. Yes. Ballin' Hard, the PWJ course is for beginners. So even if you're a complete beginner, you will be good to go. And with that said, guys, I have nothing else to say, but